To approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Director Phelps. Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Motion made in second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, and we also have our meeting dates for 2026. So our next meeting in March 18th and 19th will be virtual. May 20th and 21st. We're ahead of time. May 20th and 21st, we will be at the Denver Tech Center. July 15th and 16th, we will be in the Gunnison Basin. September 16th and 17th in the Colorado Basin, and we will also have our finance meeting on September 15th. November 18th and 19th, Denver metro area. Okay, with that, we are going to go ahead and move on to our director's reports, starting with Director Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to be here in Aurora, and nice to see a little bit precipitation down here too. I know driving wasn't all that fun to get here, right, Taylor? But we made it. But my remarks are relatively short today, but I first want to just start by recognizing Greg Felt. And as you all know, I think this is going to be today and tomorrow his last meeting. And Greg and I go way back, and I'm trying to think of exactly how many years we've known each other. I think we knew each other before the task force on river access, even before that. Yeah, well over 20 years. But I would say that task force. So Director Felt and I were on the river access task force committee that was more or less put together as a result of kind of issues that pertain to a bill that didn't pass, and then there was a stakeholder and kind of process that was created as a result of that. But it was great to work with you then. That was in 2010, and to really understand, like, hey, that was before you were county commissioner too. You were, you had your own outfitter business, but to just kind of see like how you're connecting the dots so well with all the different user groups that would want to have a seat at the table with a river access type issue, and then get to work with you when you're a county commissioner. And then, fast forward on this, and you've seen a lot, everything we were catching up before this meeting. Director Felt's first meeting was right when the pandemic hit. And so I think we were giving each other updates on what was going on with the landscape. And it was kind of like, okay, I think we all should stop this meeting and go home. And that's what pretty much happened. But also here for the big Shoshone vote and hiring, of course, of Director Riss. All very historical times, and just really, really appreciate your intellect, your passion, like what you've been able to bring to the table here. You all know as directors, you represent your basins, obviously, but you also represent all of Colorado. And I can't think of anyone that's really done a better job of that. It's just really amazing to see like your lens of really making sure that all voices are heard in all angles of the state. So let's give Director Felt a round of applause for his amazing service. Yeah. A few other topics I just want to share with you all too. And we are in the process of filling the Parks and Wildlife Director role. Last week, we had stakeholder panels, various different organizations and individuals participated. Really glad that Director Camblin decided to accept my invitation to join that. You not only have a great perspective on water, but agriculture and land use, and really appreciate your insights, and so glad that you're able to participate in that process. We're going to continue with interviews. The CPW directors will start interviews this Wednesday with that, and we really hope to have that position filled by the end of February, if at all possible. The legislative session is in session. It's been really busy. Just a few weeks ago, we had our hearing in front of the Joint Budget Committee. That was on January 8th. I think it did really well. Director Riss, can I give you a round of applause too for all the great work and everything that? And Director Ullman too. Jason did a great job too. Thank you so much. These are not easy topics or issues. A lot of legislators really look through everything with great detail, which they should. And so, we got through that, I would say, just fine, and we'll move forward now. But thinking of the legislative session, it kicked off Wednesday, the 14th. It's a 120-day legislative session. Each legislator can introduce 5 bills. I have a really tremendous person that's my legislative director, Daphne Gervais. She's my point on everything in the DNR that the legislators discuss and so forth, the bills. Nate Pearson on my team, thank you so much, Nate. Also plays a really important role too of analyzing everything that deals with water as well. And so we are working on a couple different pieces of legislation that are priorities for the Department of Natural Resources this year. One is to formalize CPW's role in advancing and managing outdoor recreation opportunities in the state. Another bill we have is a human-bear conflict mitigation. And then another priority is our pursuing state primacy over regulation of all underground injection control wells. And then, of course, we have our annual Species Conservation Trust Fund and water projects bill. So those are our priorities. On the federal level, land management plan revision process currently underway is the U.S. Forest Service, Cimarron and Comanche National Grasslands for the U.S. Forest Service. And so we're involved with that and providing, feedback on those plans. And then let's see, on the forestry front, some of you may have seen in the news, the governor announced an executive order on a new mountain pine beetle epidemic. And this is really hitting the ponderosa pines, primarily in the Front Range, stretching from more or less Larimer County down into County. This is just you see all the red right here. This is a snapshot of the map that we're using. But the reason why this is such a big deal right now is that, you see different percentages change in terms of acres and so forth that mountain pine beetles or different species of beetles will hit. But what we're seeing now is the thousands of acres additional that we're anticipating. So if you remember the forest health challenges that we saw in, Grand County, Jackson County, Summit, Eagle, route in the early 2000s, this is more or less a 2.0 version of that, but on the Front Range. So it'll be much more visible for folks that will see this while traveling on, 285 and I-25 and so forth. So the commission is, the members are still being finalized. We're going to have that actually done by this Friday, believe it or not. And we're going to start meeting really quickly to explore short, medium, and long-term approaches on how we can make sure that how we can really effectively deal with this situation. We're also working with Department of Agriculture too, and their insectary department too, to explore what type of natural insects could also be a barrier and fight against this mountain pine beetle. So I think that's really cool. We're really looking at all different kind of angles of science and process and working with the timber industry and firefighters and county commissioners and so forth. I'll leave all the water updates to Jason, Lauren, Becky, but obviously there's just so much going on with water right now, and I'm really grateful that we have such an amazing team, and I include the Attorney General's office too with our team, that we are just working so collectively and collaboratively together. It's really great to see. Going back to Parks and Wildlife, some of you are familiar with Colorado Parks and Wildlife's popular partners in the Outdoors Conference. That's going to be held April 27th through the 29th. If you haven't signed up, it's too late, unfortunately. It's just grown in popularity, and it's just been really exciting to see the interest. We do have a wait list, and so again, if you haven't signed up, there's still a chance, but it may be hard to participate. And then last year, just thinking of State Land Board, the legislature passed HB 25-1332, which directed the DNR to convene a working group to study opportunities to advance conservation and recreation on state trust lands. This working group consists of 25 members. 18 of these seats were appointed by the legislature, 4 appointed by the governor, 1 member from the Colorado Commission on Indian Affairs, and 2 members appointed by tribes. So this group has been meeting ongoing, and they're set to have an interim report that's due on March 16th of 2026 and a final report that's due in September. So I really appreciate everyone participating in that. So with that, I'll be here all day today and look forward to catching up with you all at lunch or at breaks. But thanks everyone for your service. I know these boards are challenging. You do a lot of work leading up to these, and I'm just look around the room, and we have such an amazing group of folks that like yourselves that decided to step up to be a part of this, and I'm just so grateful for your service. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Gibbs? Director Riss?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and nice to see you all again at the start of the year, at the beginning of what I know will be a pretty long week for a lot of us. So starting it in a windowless conference room in Aurora, it's a good kickoff to the week, but I am really glad to see you all, especially those of you who had more treacherous commutes this time around. So I guess to start, I'll just note that we've been trying to make some improvements to the CWCB written director's reports in your packet. And I appreciate Cole Bedford and his team's effort to make that a little bit easier to read, hopefully. But if you have any suggestions for things that we could do better, let us know, because we're trying to cut down on the number of pages. We need a volumetric limit on the director's report and the board packet. So we're trying to make that a little bit easier to consume. So let us know if you have thoughts about that. But everything that I'm going to be talking about is pretty much straight pulled from the written director's report. So you can go ahead with the slide. Thanks. So Dan covered a bit of what's been going on at the state capitol. We did have our budget hearing. I'll talk a little bit about that. We also had our SMART Act hearing last Friday. And, I think the benefit of going behind Parks and Wildlife is that there are usually not as many questions for CWCB within a time-limited hearing. And Becky and Jason took the brunt of those questions, so appreciate you guys. And then Anna Moss is here, and she's later in the meeting today going to talk a little bit about our performance metrics that go into that SMART Act requirement. So she'll cover that as part of her agenda item on operational planning. As Dan mentioned, CWCB and DNR isn't running any water legislation this year aside from the projects bill and the Species Conservation Trust Fund, which we do annually. You'll also hear again about the projects bill for the last time before it's introduced later in the meeting. I wanted to note for you all, if you happen to be in the Denver area on March 11th, we are joining with Colorado Water Congress and Water Education Colorado to host a water day at the Capitol, Colorado Water Day. So we'll have a booth alongside some other water organizations and also a dedicated Colorado River booth to help provide information to lobbyists and legislators. Thanks to AI for generating that Colorado Water Day image on my slide. As I mentioned, we had our budget hearing on January 8th. The holiday season for a lot of us is a break. There isn't a whole lot happening. That is not true for the budget staff, both at DNR and at CWCB. That's a real crunch time for them. I don't think Sarah Chapa is here in the room today, but she's CWCB's budget director and works really closely with the budget staff at DNR and just had I think a lot a lot of work that went into this year's budget hearing. And so I really want to appreciate her work on that. We are asking for a decision item this year through the JBC process that would provide 6.5 new FTE for both CWCB and DNR, and that would be an incremental increase over 2 years. And the purpose of that would be to increase staff for our water plan grant program, both on the contract and administration side, and then adding additional regional grant managers to keep pace with the additional funding. I think you all have heard our updates, but we've grown that program from about 17 million early on to over 60 million are the projections. And that, of course, comes with a compounding workload. We operate on a reimbursement model. So we're reviewing invoices, comparing them to the scopes of works, generating new contracts. It's a lot of work to give away money responsibly. And so that was a lot of the questions that we received from the JBC. I think there's maybe a misunderstanding that we would just be writing bigger checks. And so why does that necessitate more staff? But we take that responsibility very seriously, do that diligently and responsibly. And I think you all are aware of that because you hear the reports from our staff and our grant approval process. But it is quite a bit of work. And I would say that Janine Shaw and her staff are already feeling the burden of that increased funding. So we're hopeful that that'll go through. We'll keep you updated. Speaking of the water plan grant program and the demand, just a quick update that on our December 1st grant cycle closed with 61 applications requesting nearly $21 million. So this, to prove the point, has been a record-breaking year with over 140 total applications seeking $60 million. So the demand is definitely there, and we're trying to be as responsive to that as we can. Based on the sports betting tax revenue, we anticipate approximately 37 million will be available for water plan grants in the next fiscal year, which would start July 1st. As part of this section of my update, I wanted to just briefly address the Ark Valley Conduit project and what's been going on there and the connection to CWCB. I'm sure you all heard in the news that there was a presidential veto to override the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act. This legislation was designed to address some of the terms of the loan, including extending the repayment period, reducing the interest rates, and potentially forgiving some of the debt for those low-income communities. The CWCB does remain committed to the project and has authorized over $120 million in a loan and grant combination, $90 million of a loan and $30 million in grants to help build the spur and delivery lines of that project. And the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority has also set aside, I think, about $30 million in funding to that project as well. So the federal veto does not affect that state funding or our commitment to the project. And I know that the Southeastern Water Conservancy District is working very hard to pursue other avenues to get some of that loan relief that they had pursued. So there have been some misleading reports in the news about that effectively killing the project or eliminating the funding. And I just wanted to provide the update here that that does not impact state funding at all and would have changed the terms of the federal loan. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm sure that we're going to be talking a lot about this week, and this does not include updates from our recent storm, although I don't anticipate that the few inches that we got will have made much of a difference. But we'll see. You can see this map is from January 20th, so it's a few days old by this point. But just briefly, as far as conditions go, we know that we're setting up to be in a pretty dire water year. We're facing D4 exceptional drought, which is now present in parts of Pitkin, Eagle, and Summit counties. We've got record low snowpack. By this date, it was 63% of median, and I'm sure that's declined since then. So we're tracking closely with the 2018 record, which is the second driest year in 130 years. Of course, reservoir storage levels are down. We'll get an update on Colorado River on Lake Powell and Meade, but I know that's around 27% or so capacity. So we're setting up for a tough situation for our water managers around the state. Other water supply updates from our water supply planning section. Wanted to make sure you all knew that we are moving forward with a technical update phase of the Colorado Water Plan. The Brown and Caldwell has been selected as the contractor to complete the analysis and technical update to the water plan. So we'll keep you all updated about how that goes. But Kat Weissmiller and her team have been doing a great job in moving that forward and keeping the roundtables engaged in that process. So more to come on that. You'll also hear in this meeting a little bit about our water efficiency guidelines. We're starting to host workshops to update the 2016 Water Efficiency Plan guidelines. The next session is February 10th with a target for board approval for this spring for those guidelines. And just as a reminder, water efficiency plans are those actionable data-driven conservation plans that set goals and best practices and are required for all water providers that sell 2,000 acre feet or more of water annually to be eligible for state funding. We call those covered entities. You might hear that. So stay tuned for more on that. We are also working in close partnership with the Sonoran Institute on the Water Secure Communities program. Thanks to Kevin Reedy and the staff of the Water Supply Planning section. So we've launched that in July of 2025, and this is meant to help communities address long-term water challenges through regional planning. The second advisory committee meeting for this program will be held this Wednesday, January 28th, to gather some additional regional resilience insights. Go ahead, next slide. Just a few things about our watershed and flood protection section. Kevin Hauk reminds us that they don't often have a lot of agenda items in front of this board, but they do really, really important work for the state of Colorado and for the CWCB. There are one section that I think really truly focuses on health, life, and safety, and a couple of examples of that on the slide there. The staff from that section traveled to Archuleta and La Plata counties in November to assist with the damage assessments following the October floods. And they continue to coordinate closely with FEMA and local administrators on the recovery efforts in the aftermath of that. We also initiated a new snow-free LiDAR project this past fall that covers almost 2,000 square miles in Eagle, Larimer, and Weld counties. And the final data for that should be available by the summer or fall of 2026. There's more about that in my written director's report. Also, Eric Sky has been busy on the airborne snow measurement program that CWCB officially acquired. The CASM program has secured $4.1 million for the 2026 flight season, and that includes $1.9 million from the project's bill, $800,000 from the UCRC, and then $1.4 million from local stakeholders. And we do have a stakeholder meeting scheduled for that program on February 24th to discuss new forecasting technologies. And then just a quick update. We've talked about this in our previous board meeting. But as far as the diversion measurement program is going, we've reported previously on the $7 million federally funded effort in coordination with DWR for water users in the Upper Colorado River Basin. We're currently accepting applications in divisions 6 and 7 for a few more days until January 31st. We've already received over about 60 applications and hope to begin installations this spring. So I'm really excited to get more measurement devices out there. Next slide. Just a couple of dates to keep in mind on your calendar for the next couple of months. You can see I mentioned the Water Secure Communities Advisory Committee meeting. There's a water efficiency plan guidelines workshop. We have our annual in-stream flow workshop with a virtual option on February 11th, and then the CASM stakeholder meeting. Go ahead, next slide. A couple of staff updates. We do have a new staff member in the floodplain mapping in the watershed and flood protection section as the floodplain mapping scientist. We'd like to welcome Julie Barr. I don't know if she made it today, but I think she's planning on coming to the meeting at some point. Kevin, is she here? I don't see her. Yeah. So if you see Julie, introduce yourself. We're really glad to have her. She joins us from the National Park Service. And then sadly, we have a couple of retirements to announce. We have Karen Myers retiring at the end of February after 2.5 years of service as a contracts administrator for our floodplain section. So we wish her well. And then Kim Ricotta will retire also at the end of February after 20 years with the CWCB. So Kim doesn't frequently come to board meetings, but she has just been a pillar of strength for the in-stream flow section as a program assistant and a paralegal. she's going to be missed. So we wish both of them a happy retirement. And then I also just wanted to let the board know that we've started a new peer-to-peer award program within the agency and modeled that after some of what CPW does, I believe, in terms of giving staff an opportunity to recognize each other for their contributions and work. And I am just so pleased with how our first round of that went. It just really was encouraging to see the number of nominations that we received. Everyone wanted to recognize everyone. So it was a bit of a challenge to narrow that down. But I did just want to congratulate again. We had 5 different categories: customer service, providing a positive work environment, going above and beyond, and then collaboration. So Matt Stearns and Laura Spann were recognized, Sarah Chapa and Ben Wade, Anna Porter and Carolyn Kemp. And then we recognized a couple of teams, the diversion structure measurement team that I just spoke about, and our procurement leads. Everyone deserved to be recognized for their hard work, but that was a fun event that we had not too long ago. Next slide, please. Okay, and then, of course, I have to say a few words about Director Felt. This is, of course, his final meeting, as Dan mentioned, after serving 2 3-year terms as our representative for the Arkansas Basin, and served as chair for 23 to 24. Is that right? Yeah. And I just wanted to say, Greg, I so appreciate your service here. You've navigated some really difficult topics on this board and faced those with a level of grace and local wisdom that I think is really unique. You brought the perspective of a Chaffee County commissioner dealing with a pandemic and the public health challenges, zoning issues and constituent management that informed your position as a board member here. And of course, you had the expertise of having served on the Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District for 18 years. Is that right? Wow. And of course, now the district's general manager. But I think more importantly, you really brought the heart of someone who has spent over 40 years on the river. And I think from your early days as a fishing guide and founding Ark Anglers, and you've lived the Arkansas River Voluntary Flow Management Program. So you don't just study the rivers, you felt them. And I've always appreciated the apt analogies that you've brought to our conversations. And the one that sticks out to me for some reason is rigging to flip. As I remember, is Greg's, I think, phrase for preparing for the worst, but hoping for the best. You want to rig your boat to flip. So you've volunteered so many hours to the state, and I just really appreciate the contribution that you've shown to this board and to the CWCB. So we are starting to, I think we're late in the game, but we've started to develop awards for board members who have served their terms and are departing. And I think the hard thing about being the director of such an amazing board is that we get great people and then we lose them, except that we don't lose you very far because we continue to work with you and see you at events. And I feel like you become ambassadors for the CWCB. So just really wanted to thank you on behalf of the staff for your service. So thanks, Greg.
I'll see it tomorrow.
Questions for Director Riss?
That's why we have you.
Well, thank you. And thank you for recognizing Director Felt as well. So we'll go ahead and move on to Director Mitchell.
Thank you.
Mayor Mitchell, you may need to move your mic closer to you.
Right. So the basis, I'll go back just a little bit. The basis for the no and low regrets is to identify those strategies that have local and regional significance through the discussions with those basin roundtables. We're going to continue to work as the IBCC to build a statewide consensus on those strategies that serve Colorado. Hopefully this sets us on a course for water security. Again, asking those basin roundtables for significant participation in advance of these IBCC meetings to help them be more productive. They'll be holding discussions that identify no and low regret strategies for each of the topics identified by the IBCC. So to help the roundtable through these discussions, the CWCB has identified a process and budget to contract facilitators to help lead each of these conversations on the ground within the basins. And then they can share those with the IBCC. So the IBCC representatives from each roundtable will bring those back to the whole IBCC. And then as they begin to prepare its first no and low regrets topic for February, that's the storage topic, if you weren't listening to me, or if you didn't hear that because of the mic issues. As we begin to prepare for the storage topic in the February meeting, you might have already heard some of those discussions on the ground and the topic of storage and water plan scenarios at the Basin Roundtables this month. I think majority of the Basin Roundtables are meeting this month, so they're talking. And I want to just talk for a second about volunteerism, and the IBCC is that, along with the Basin Roundtables. But I also want to highlight the fact that this is a voluntary board or volunteer board. And so I think when this board shows up to the Basin Roundtables or this board members show up to Basin Roundtables or the IBCC, those that volunteer see that. They see it. And they know that you're giving your own time. And so I want to acknowledge again, I know I do that often, but then I want to let you know about something else that the IBCC wants to reciprocate. And so we're talking about potentially having a presentation from some IBCC members at the May board meeting. And so I'm hoping that that's something that works and that you all want to hear from them. But I think it's appropriate that you hear the conversations directly from them rather than from me or the staff. Speaking of staff, staff in the No and Low Regret Subcommittee Chair Sean Cronin recorded a Colorado Water Talk podcast. The CWCB is so cool, by the way. And so I wish I was cool enough to put on a podcast. And on the topic of how to help roundtables and other stakeholders come informed to these conversations. And so much of the work happens in the pre-work. And so coming ready to have these conversations and then set the expectation that we need engagement. If we want a holistic plan, you need to be wholly involved. And so if you can't poke holes in a plan if you're not involved. So on the topic of that, there's some future topics for reference so people can be prepared. So like I mentioned, in February, we'll do storage and climate scenarios. In June, we'll be looking at June of 2026, protecting Colorado agriculture, such an important topic. In the October meeting, October 2026, we'll be talking about water conservation and efficiency, urban and land use planning. In February of 2027, this one's for you, Dan, fire management and post-fire recovery. In June of 2027, nature-based solutions and natural infrastructure. In October of 2027, climate adaptation and cross-sector innovation. In February of 2028, education and collaboration in June of 2028. Any additional topics? I'm sure they're going to be a ton. October of 2028, review the draft no and low regrets action plan. And by February of 2029, finalize that no and low regrets action plan. So I think when I read through those topics, when I read through the dates, that is a lot of volunteer work happening on the ground, and no one exemplifies that more than Greg felt. So I want to also acknowledge you, Greg. We have a bit of history too. I will not bring out any incriminating pictures, but that guy can dance, and like a ballerina. And so, we have a history, and I appreciate it. It's all been good. What I know most about Greg is he likes to multitask, and so he often offers windshield time. And that's a good way to get to the heart of the matter, is spending time trapped in a car for like maybe 4 to 8 hours together, and you get to know somebody. And Greg's first meeting, I believe it was, on the board was essentially the COVID outbreak day in Colorado. And at that time I was the board director, and Greg was sitting fairly close, and I kept seeing him look at his phone and freaking out. And because as a county commissioner and sitting on this board, he was worried about the people back home. And much of what we do is worrying about the people back home. Whether it's your basin, whether it's your state, whether it's your local community or town. And so as you move on, I know you're worried about people back home, but we're all still a family. And so that means we're still worried about them too, and the decisions we make here, and also at the IBCC and everywhere that we are, it's thinking about the people back home. So thank you for exemplifying that and being an example for us all.
Dr. Camblin.
Becky, I just got one quick question for you. So the word volunteerism, I had not heard that before. I'm assuming that's a disease. The first symptom would be the inability to say no. Is there a cure, a good drug?
Do more of it. Do more of it. Like, you have to get it out of your system. So it's something you have to work through. And the more you do, like, you have so much in your life and you have to reach it. So do more.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Director Mitchell? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, if you haven't heard the good news, we're really excited that Commissioner Greenberg welcomed into the world the baby girl on Monday, January 12th. So really congratulations to her. I'm going to pass around this card. We'll start with Becky. If you'd like to sign it, I'll make sure that she gets it to congratulate her. Yeah, I don't have any kids, so it was really funny. The 2 weeks leading up to that day, I was sleeping every night with my phone next to my ear, right, waiting for the call. It was like, oh my! And Sunday night we finally got the call. Well, Robert, I think it's time. We're heading down to the birthing center, so we're really excited by that. But also now I'm finding out and understanding, Director Gibbs, that our schedules are not ours to control anymore, right? And so I'll unfortunately have to be stepping in and out. And unfortunately, Director Felt, I am going to miss tomorrow morning, but I am going to look forward to your message that you're providing tomorrow. I'll be sure to look for it online. It has been really such an honor to serve with you, Greg. I'll always carry with me that sentiment that fishing and farming have in common, is that we're an occupation of hope. And that's what I thought was so amazing about you and your approach, was you're so able to synthesize a very complex, sometimes diluted topic down into something that's really reasonable and easy to understand. So thank you so much for your effort. I think too that I'm so thankful that this is not the end. As Director Riss said, that it's just the beginning, right? I look forward to continuing to work with you in your new role on the upper arc. And then Director Riss, do you have a bad penny award for me that the director that doesn't ever go away, right? Okay, thanks. But really, Director Felt, it really has been an honor and pleasure. So thanks so much for that you do. And then also, Director Riss, I'm glad that you mentioned about Colorado Water Congress, Shanae, and organizing the Water Day at the Capitol. She's invited the Department of Ag to be there as well, and it really makes sense. 2 weeks later, we'll be celebrating Ag Day on Tuesday, March 24th. And so really hats off to Shanae and all that she's doing at Water Congress. And then also too, this Thursday during the annual conference, we'll actually be showing the legacy film that highlights ag behavioral health in Colorado. We're really fortunate to have Jacob Walters, Commissioner Haas, Tony Haas, Chad Resnick, Kirsten Wolfsburg, who are all featured in the film. They'll be on a panel following the film. So we're really excited. Thanks to Shanae for allowing us to show that film. And then thanks, John, for allowing us to show it at the Gunnison Basin Roundtable as well. We're really excited by that. Well, also thanks, Director Gibbs. We're thankful that you guys went before us at the Smart Act hearing. As the clock just kept ticking, it was like, yes, ours is going to get less and less. But we were happy. It was really interesting to hear your report. And it is amazing. And I always give Commissioner Greenberg a hard time that it's interesting that she had her baby on Monday and the legislative session starts on Wednesday, right? And so this was my first Smart Act hearing, and I'm actually going to share some of the slides with you from that hearing, because as Director Gibbs mentioned, there's so much amazing work going on in the departments that people don't realize that's going on. So it really provides us an opportunity to update the legislators about what's going on. So this first slide is just, our mission and really our core values, which are respect, professionalism, partnership, service, and proactivity, which is really, I feel like Commissioner Greenberg has really built at the Department of Ag. And you can kind of see the 9 divisions that we have, a wide spectrum of work going on. And we're really fortunate to be able to collaborate with DNR on a lot of these efforts. It's really interesting when we look at our key impacts and successes. Japanese beetle infestation is reduced by 85%. We're working on biocontrol agents. Initial tests indicate we have a 65% reduction in corn earworm on Olathe sweet corn this past season. Our international trades group, 116 small businesses reported 10 million in sales. High path AI, which has been a really big issue. We're really fortunate to have our state veterinarian, Dr. Baldwin, has just really been on top of this. And, looking at that, it was tremendous loss to our poultry industry, as there was millions of birds that were lost because of that disease, and then it impacted our dairy industry as well. But we're taking those lessons that we learned and applying them to, unfortunately, a new foreign animal disease that we're really worried about, and that's New World Screwworm. If you haven't heard about that, it's a maggot that lives only on living tissue, which is really scary to me. As a vegetable farmer, it totally freaks me out, right? Cabbage worm doesn't seem so bad now once you talk about New World Screwworm. But Dr. Baldwin is taking those lessons that she learned from High Path AI. She's already had a work session. I think she said I can't remember how many different agencies were at that, including CPW, State Patrol for our weights and measures, of course, Colorado Department of Public Health. Again, if we indeed see this, we're all going to be need to working together. And she's really worked on something that's called, just like we're working on the concept of one water in our the areas that we work, we're working with one health. That it's not just looking at livestock health, it's not just looking at human health, it's not just looking at environmental health, it's one health altogether. So really excited to be able to look and move forward on that. And then this is a mural that the Department of Ag, in conjunction with History Colorado, commissioned. It was unveiled at the National Western Stock Show on January 10th. It was up in the Sue Anschutz Livestock Center, and I think today they'll be moving it to the Spur campus. So it'll be at the Spur campus on the tunnel that connects the Vita and Water buildings. And then from there, we're going to probably take it on a road show, stopping at different cities as we move down, ending up at the State Fair this fall. And then in conjunction with the Water Center, decide where it'll be set up permanently. But it's actually pretty big. It's 35 foot long, but it is foldable up into 4-foot sections and so movable. So we're really excited by that in the sense that too, it's, what I think the real mission of this was, and Kate had this vision, I think that was really smart. Over a year ago, they started to plan for this, and it's using the celebration of the 150, of course, the 250th year for the nation and 150th birthday of the state, to really celebrate agriculture, not just our legacy, but how we can work to continue to make sure that we have a strong agriculture in the future. So carrying that message through these celebrations, one of the ways is that we'll have a coffee table book. And one of the stories that we'll be featuring is John Stolp, which, you know, I always tell people that the only reason we have the successes we have today is because we stand on the shoulder of giants like John. And so it's really great that we're able to document those and create that, and we'll have that coffee table book available. And then also we'll be launching harvest tables. So we'll be partnering with the Long Table group, but also I hope that some of you in your own communities, if you're interested in setting up table events with local agriculture, that you'll engage in that way this fall. And
Sorry.
thank you, Director Mitchell. And then Colorado Fall, you know, again, it's really amazing. I've been only with the Department of Ag for 2 years, but have been able to participate in their voluntary leadership programs. And we have something similar, Director Riss, that you talked about. We call it our CARE Awards, where peers nominate each other for recognition. We have 13 different categories at the Department of Ag. This past December, we had 96 nominations. So employees nominated 96 other employees. And it was really interesting because it wasn't even just within divisions. You think that, you know, animal health would only nominate people in animal health, but they were cross-divisional nominations, which was really amazing. And I had the opportunity to be one of the reviewers for that. And it was really insightful to see the amazing work that the staff were doing, you know, being creative, trying to figure out how to be more efficient, how to create new ways, how to be better, serve our clients, the citizens of Colorado better, and also making it a better workplace. And it was really excited. We have a poster up in our building now with all 96 nominations, because as Director Riss said, really it's the whole team that really deserves that recognition. And I think that's what makes it exciting, is that it's a team effort and everybody really buys into that concept. So I'm just really feel very honored to be in this role right now. And then also our work with accessibility. The whole team has really been working hard on that. It makes sense that we really have to make sure that the important messages that we're carrying forward are reaching the audience, right? And there are some limitations there that we may not be aware of that we need to overcome. It was requested as part of the Smart Act hearing to identify what federal impacts. You know, the main thing I addressed was that as farmers and ranchers, we're always dealing with uncertainty. But I really feel like it's important as government, we try to reduce as many of those unknowns as we can, because farmers and ranchers, again, face so many unknowns and uncertainties that we don't have control of. It's really behooving of us to really work as hard as we can to minimize those. We emphasized our wildly important goals, and we did include our advancing the Colorado Water Plan, which is really important to us in our partnership with the CWCB. And then we just went through some of those WIGs. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I love the work that we're doing on developing agricultural leaders, because that's what it's all about. Colorado, unfortunately, you're going to read information that we're losing farmland. And I've relayed this to you as well, that we're losing farmland. But on the balance side of that is where the number of people in farming is increasing. So, you know, there's that balance. We're going to have to figure out how we can make our agricultural communities economically strong, but probably on less land. And of course, highlighting and advancing the Colorado Water Plan, working with CBW on non-lethal conflict reduction. We have a great team at CDA that's been doing an amazing amount of outreach. Congratulations to Wayne East and Dustin Shiflett for all the work that he and his team are doing in that area. And then again, education on animal mistreatment and theft. I didn't mention equine infectious anemia was identified in Adams County. And it was quarantine was set up immediately. Other horses then came down with the disease, and the handler admitted that he used the same needle in injecting multiple horses, and that's how it was transferred. So a lot of this is educating the communities about how some of these foreign animal diseases can transfer. Again, you can go to our website on the governor's website as well, the dashboard, and I'd see our performance plan. We're developing also a strategic framework to match us up with our WIGs, really again on those 5 areas. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but it is amazing the progress that we're doing at the Department of Ag to really serve our communities. And again, I mentioned One Health. Our strategic plan is really taking that approach with One Health. Also, as Director Riss said, we had our JBC hearing, trying to focus in on meeting and working with the governor's office on the ballot budget that was proposed. There's our total breakdown. As you can see, we're one of the smaller agencies of the state and depend a lot of cash funds for the services that we provide. Our budget requests, just 3 of them. One is balancing, well, actually so giving back some general fund allocation. Agrivoltaic roll forward is just that, construction projects for agrivoltaics, it's very hard for us to get it done within a fiscal year because of construction deadlines and delays. So we're just asking that we're allowed to roll forward those grant programs. And the long bill is not organized like our divisions are. So this was actually proposed last year, was approved, but just didn't have the capacity to push it through the legislature. So we're just reorganizing the long bill so it kind of matches our divisional structure. Oops, I should go back to that because Director Gibbs did mention this. So we do have a supplemental to talk about the mountain pine beetle. This winter, we're actually collecting, already starting to collect natural predators of the pine beetle so that we can see if this summer at the insectary that we can raise them and then set up a controlled experiment to see if it is an idea that as we're pursuing, releasing these natural predators in the environment. And since they are natural predators, we don't have the hurdles to go through USDA. We're not introducing a new pest into the environment. It's one that's already there. We're just assisting it along. So we're really excited to be a part of this project. Again, continuing the budget balance. We have 3 legislative areas agendas. Move on to legislative agenda. Our legislative actions, we have actually 4 ag land conservation loans. We have a revolving fund program at the Department of Ag, really small, but it goes toward beginning farmers to help them make investments in their farms. We're asking to be able to expand that. What we'd like to be able to do is to provide bridge loans for entities that are looking at land that is unaffordable to agriculture, that we feel like is prime agricultural land that they would like to purchase, develop the conservation easement, and then sell it back to a beginning farmer. So we're not asking for any other funds for this. We hope to go out to the philanthropic community and see if they would be willing to contribute to this, but then we would then be able to offer this as a bridge loan to help them buy it until they get the conservation easement back on there. Expanding eligibility for our community food access tax credit. This would allow farmers for the contributions that they're making to food banks, opening that up to them. Pesticide disposal program and all the work that the CPW is doing on the pollinator program. We really feel like this is be an important step because there's not a really identified program statewide that will take in restricted use pesticides or the containers from them. So we're looking to set up what do you call it? A enterprise that would charge a fee. So any pesticide that's registered in the state would pay a fee, and that would go to gear up this program. And it would be a program that would travel across the state, so there wouldn't be a single site. One year it may be in the Southwest, the next year it could be in the Southeast. In order to keep the cost reasonable, we'll have a program and then see what the need is moving forward from them. And the last one is the livestock indemnity fund modification. We have a livestock indemnity fund. It's not used very often, and Dr. Maggie Baldwin, with all the proactive work that she's doing, would like to be able to use that fund to work on some of these foreign animal diseases that we're working on, whether it's hoof and mouth, whether it's New World screwworm. And so it really makes a lot of sense. I think that's this change that we're looking toward. Those are some of the reports that we submitted to the legislature. Again, you're going to hear in the news unfortunately, net farm income is forecast to drop 1.8 billion this next year. It's going to be a tough time. The beef industry is driving profits right now just because of the shortage of cattle, but grain and other commodities are really going to be in the tank. And we're really trying to figure out ways that we can support our agricultural communities. There's the animal health updates. I think I covered it all there. High path AI, I will mention that that's another challenge with our changing climate is that we continue to see flocks, backyard flocks infected with high path AI. And it's partly due to the warm weather, right? It's most of the transmission at this time of year is because migrating birds to the area. And so we're continuing to see those birds in this area. So we had the most recent one was in Roggen about 3 weeks ago. And I think that was, knock on wood, that's been contained. New World screwworm is within 200 miles, unfortunately, of the US-Mexico border now. And the tests are indicating that where the positive samples are occurring, they're not being moved from another area. So they have infections in that area. So in conjunction with the Mexico government, they're releasing sterile flies to try to keep it contained in that area. And then we're working on developing a program at the border in Texas to develop those same flies there. And that, I think, is it. So again, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for all of your guys' support. We really appreciate everything, as Director Gibbs said, all the work that you guys do on the board.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Sakata? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to our State Engineer, Director Ullman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also like to say thank you to Director Felt for his service on the board. And also, I guess, express that I know this isn't our last time we'll be seeing each other, as your job is at the Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District. I'm sure we will be discussing many difficult issues in the future. So I appreciate that. I am going to talk very brief update today, but unfortunately, I'm going to maybe put a little more context to Director Rissa's somewhat depressing drought update. This time of year, our staff are preparing for the administration that's going to occur. Administration both to meet our compact obligations in some basins and administration for senior water rights. And anytime there is a lack of snowpack, there is concerning for our staff. And in some respects, a lack of snowpack means that the water runs out earlier, which maybe means that they're out less, but there's more tension in their areas that they live in, because most of these commissioners, they live and administer water amongst their neighbors. It's a difficult job. This is a photo just from John Martin Dam from the ARCA meeting. So Director Riss is the commissioner on the Arkansas Compact Administration, and I'm on the engineering committee. So we were there in December, I believe, and got a very nice picture of John Martin Dam as we went out to look at one of the issues I'm going to talk about a bit later. But to start out, just conditions statewide. This map shows that conditions are pretty consistent statewide, pretty consistently bad. Usually, in many years, you have areas of the state that are doing significantly better than others. And this year, it's fairly consistent. You see we range from 50% in the Arkansas to 68% in the Laramie and North Platte, none of which are anywhere close to where you would expect us to be this time of year. And that has resulted in us being at a historic low, at least for the period of record for these gauges that comprise this average. So this is basically the lowest snowpack conditions we've seen in 40 years for the state of Colorado. And it's lowest, it's lower by quite a significant amount. It's not like that black line is following the red line at the bottom. It's actually fairly well below it. So right now, statewide, and this is obviously an average of all of the stations that they use to calculate this, 5.2 inches of snow water equivalent, where for the 1991 to 2000 median, we would expect there to be 9 inches. If you go back and you look at the full period of record, which adds 10 years, that median actually dropped fairly significantly because of our just continued drying that we've experienced in Colorado in the West, was 9.2 inches. So it's even lower when you consider the period of record. So not great. I have told people, it's not time to panic. We have, there's time to improve, but we need 145% of average snowpack for the next 3 months for us to get to the average by the middle of April when our typical peak is. It's not likely going to happen. Now, we could get better, but that would require us to get more snow from now to the end of the season than has ever occurred when we've been this low. 3 years in history have we gotten enough snowpack to bring us back to average between now and the end of the year. So it's going to be a drier than average year, I think is fairly sure. How much drier than average, we don't know yet. But if you look at, these are some charts pulled from the USDA's presentation to the CWCB's Water Conditions Committee. But if you look at that far left blue bar is 2026. So that's at the bottom of the 40 years that are shown there, as I've already mentioned. And you see where those arrows are, where the years in previous dry years, or actually all those previous years, ended. So you see in general, those lower years didn't end on the high end. So where are we at, precipitation wise? Because I've heard some say, well, we're okay precipitation wise, but snowpack is the problem. That's partly true. We're better off in terms of the precipitation we received, but primarily because you see that big spike in the October beginning of the water year was that big rainstorm we had that caused all the flooding in the southwestern part of the state and in the Rio Grande. So you saw a big spike above average, and then we've just kind of pretty well continued to fall below the average to where we're now 83% of the median for precipitation from the start of the water year to now. And then, the last one here is temperatures. As you all know, I was on my patio in Christmas Day, could have had a barbecue. And that was pretty consistent across the state. I've heard from our division engineer in Alamosa, it's 55 degrees to 60 degrees in Alamosa in December. That is almost unheard of. So you look at those December temperatures were well 10 degrees above average. I think the average, if you average out all of those above average numbers from the beginning of the water year to now, you're 6+ degrees above average statewide. So, not only has it been dry, but I drove to the Yampa White Green Roundtable, and there was significant melting occurring on Rabbit Ears Pass. Usually that time of year, I worry about scheduling meetings to go travel across the state and across the passes because you're worried about the snowpack. At this point, it was the water running across the road. So some of these numbers don't include this past storm, but I looked this morning, and as Director Riss had indicated, it really didn't make much of a difference. So as far as reservoirs are concerned, which is another, big concern of our staff, because, once people run out of direct flow water, that's when they start ordering their reservoir water to either finish their crops or supplement their direct flow. Reservoir storage is better than the snowpack conditions. Obviously, you see on the Front Range in the Arkansas and the South Platte in pretty good shape at 98 and 95%. The West Slope, not quite as good, but not, there is storage out there. There's some places like the top of the Grand Mesa that I've heard from folks in the division I used to be in, very concerning, pretty low storage levels in smaller reservoirs, but some of the larger federal reservoirs have fairly good carryover storage. In a dry year, we would expect this storage to be used more heavily, meaning that at the end of the year, we will be looking for a better snowpack year in 2026, 27 to refill those reservoir storage volumes. And then maybe the bright spot potentially, now El Nino, the El Nino conditions don't typically have they're not a huge barometer for what's going to happen in Colorado, just because we're kind of in the middle of, La Nina is usually northern states get more snow. El Nino is usually, favors the far southern, southwestern part of the United States. But, maybe a change is good since currently the weather pattern is not producing a lot of snowpack for us. So as you see there, the 0 line is average surface water conditions in the Pacific. And we are currently still in a very mild La Nina. It's forecast actually more than a 50% chance to transition to an El Nino before next winter, which would typically favor the southwestern part of the state. And we'll just hope that it favors changing the weather pattern in general. So I wanted to just provide an update on where we're at with the measurement rules. I've already covered this a number of times before. Director Riz talked about the measurements device money, $7 million on the program that CWCB. We really appreciate them getting SGM on board as the contractor to help people get money to install measurement devices, not as part of the rules, but as an assistance to people to meet what the rules require. Division 6, those rules have been in place for about 2 years now. Division 7, they went into effect last June. Division 4, we filed them this past year and are still working through some of the protests, and will hopefully have signed rules in Division 4 later this year. Division 5, we finished the stakeholder meetings. Our last one was November 17th, just after our last board meeting. And they were filed, we're hoping to file them in the spring of 2026. We did get a significant number of comments, especially compared with the previous 2 divisions, Divisions 4 and 7, ranging from, different concerns, collection system concerns, how you're going to require measurement of certain things. And we're trying to answer those in an FAQ document or something else before we file them with the water court, since these rules, we do a stakeholder process and then they have to go through formal approval through the water court. So I think the earliest we could expect them to be effective would be later this year in November. A brief update on the South Platte. I think, Scott with the Attorney General's office may be providing some update as well, but this is just recapping kind of where we're at, just to remind everybody. So in July of 2025, Nebraska filed its petition asking the U.S. Supreme Court to hear its complaints regarding the South Platte River Compact. In October, we filed our response to their complaint or petition, urging the court not to take up what we consider to be premature complaints. In November, probably just shortly after this last board meeting, the Supreme Court asked the U.S. Solicitor General to file a brief expressing their thoughts about the case. They have asked for a meeting to have us explain some of our brief and ask questions. And then we actually held 2 town halls in Julesburg and Sterling with the intent of just keeping people in the Water District 64 area, which is the area that, as we've explained, as I've explained before in the compact, is the area subject to curtailment in the irrigation season right now. What's going on, understanding that this is of great concern to everybody in the South Platte, but, even maybe more so to those folks in Water District 64. Those were well received. I think they were happy to have us come out and provide an update on and explanation of the process that the Supreme Court follows. Was grateful to have Andrea Wong with the Attorney General's office there with us to do some of the presentation. And then last, Perkins County Canal permitting. So there's the permitting process going on for the Perkins County Canal, which is that canal allowed in the compact under specific terms. Right now, we're waiting for Nebraska to file a complete notice of intent with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for this process to begin. Once that is filed, DNR and its agencies, including DWR, will be involved as a cooperating agency in that process. Nate Pearson is leading a coordinated effort across the DNR agencies, because CPW, CWCB, and DWR would all have input in that process. And then, recent changes to the NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act process, would indicate that there is essentially, once that notice of intent is filed, that there's a max time frame of 2 years between that and the Corps, making, filing a record of decision in the case. So I can't give you a timeline yet because they haven't filed a complete notice of intent. Other updates, so new well construction rules that went through a 2+ year stakeholder process with our Board of Examiners went into effect on January 1st. I think those rules ended up as a good balance between protecting the resource and not requiring, more than is necessary of the contractors. And so we'll see how those roll out. Tracy Kozloff, my deputy director, will be here later to talk a little bit about the agricultural water protection water rights. I think it's on the agenda. The change to those that occurred with Senate Bill 24-197. And then in the Arkansas, so the ARCA meeting, shortly before the ARCA meeting, Chief Engineer Earl Lewis with Kansas and I resolved a dispute that had been going on since June regarding the HI model, which is the model that's used to calculate our state line flows that would have occurred without development of additional wells in Colorado. The dispute was revolved around how we model head stabilization ponds. So head stabilization ponds are ponds that people can put water into so that they can pump out of and use their pivots, basically. So they need enough head to run their pivot. And there's some credit that people were getting for recharge to the aquifer from those head stabilization ponds. We resolved that dispute formally and finalized the HI model results right before the ARCA meeting, which was really good. So I appreciated Chief Engineer Lewis's great work with me on that. And then the last two things, Division 5 leadership. So I think I've announced before that we had hired Tyler Benton as our division engineer. I wanted to let you know I'm excited that we have filled out that leadership team in Division 5. Christina Pearson, who was working with SGM in Glenwood Springs, is the deputy division engineer. She comes to us with experience from working with clients with SGM. And then Craig Bruner, who was our lead hydrographer, leading our measurement program in Division 5, is our new assistant division engineer. And that position handles a lot of the augmentation plan accounting, or is managing that in Division 5. So really excited to have a full leadership team for Tyler to start off with, because they're learning everything. As two of those folks, Tyler and Christina, did not come from within DWR, and the whole administration is just kind of a different way to look at things. So, and then lastly, so I wanted to just explain the CWCB and the River District and PSCO filed the case to change the Shoshone water rights that was the subject, of intense discussion in the last couple of board meetings. That water right case is 25 CW 3177. And DWR has a unique role in the water court process. We essentially are a expert advisor to the court. That's not what it says, but that's not how it's couched. But we have a consulting role if the case is in front of the referee. And then we also have the ability to file a statement of opposition, which isn't necessarily always mean that we're opposed to the case, but it allows us to continue to participate in the case to make sure any administration concerns that we might have are addressed, because we want to make sure that once a decree is signed for any water court case, that we can administer the terms and conditions that the parties agree to. So our intent right now, because the statement of opposition period extends for 2 months after the month of filing. So that statement of opposition period ends on January 31st. The Division of Water Resources intends to file a statement of opposition with the intent of just remaining involved in the case so that we can have a say and assist in understanding how that will be administered. So I didn't want there to be some confusion about, hey, why is the other state agency filing a statement of opposition in this case? And with that, I conclude my remarks. If there are any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Director Haas?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to talk about the measurement rules, and this might be a question for Director Riss, but now that we have a sense of how many applications we've gotten in the Yampa and how much money it's going to take to do this on the Western Slope, do we think there's enough money to do all that will come in? And if not, what happens after that?
I mean, I can answer, I think that the applications that we've received in that program, the program was actually split into 4 divisions. So kind of soft assigning 25% of that money to each division so that it doesn't get used up before it gets to divisions 4 and 5. The initial application process was only for divisions 6 and 7. We had a good response. I think I'd have to ask CWCB staff or Director Riss if she has the numbers on what the applications look like for each of those divisions, but I don't think that it was enough to fully utilize or concern us that we're going to run out of funds. But I maybe should just turn that over to Director Riss or her staff to answer that question more definitively.
Yeah, thank you, Director Hawes. I'm just scanning my notes because I know I had the total. We received 60 applications, but I don't know division by division how many applications we saw, but we can follow up with our team and find out during the course of the meeting.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm getting a lot of questions about it, so
Okay.
it'd be great to be able to answer. And then just, is there a prioritization process? Like, because if there's more applications than money, it'd be good to know kind of how are they going to make those decisions and then what happens afterwards?
Yeah, good questions. We'll
And-
find out.
I can answer that at least with a yes, that there is a prioritization process that staff or that the consultant and staff are using. Primarily, they're looking to fund diversion structures for direct flow diversions right now. So that would be flumes. Devices, not as much so reservoir measurement. Now, if we don't fully utilize all the funds, that may change, but in the interest of preventing what you're concerned about, try to focus on those structures that truly need a device to meet the measurement rules standard.
Okay. Are there any questions? Director Wind?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Ullman, could you remind me, in terms of the Perkins County environmental work, which core office will be receiving that application?
I believe it's Omaha, is that correct? I'm looking at Nate because he's leading that effort and he's shaking his head yes. So
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to Director Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Matt Nichols, Assistant Director for Aquatic Wildlife Branch. I'm here on Acting Director Clellan's behalf. She sends her regrets for not being here. I too want to offer congratulations to Greg Felt, Director Felt. We've, I think, worked together a long time as well, probably going back clear to when I was a hatchery chief and we were meeting about various fish hatcheries in Chaffee County and you were the commissioner there. So again, thank you for all your work and especially your work on fisheries and fish habitat and the voluntary flow management program that are so important to the Arkansas Basin. So really appreciate that. I want to do just a public thank you to Director Davis's time at CPW. Just a thanks for his leadership, vision, and compassion over the past few years, especially to me and my team. I think his coming from Washington State, his unique understanding of the value of water and fisheries and habitat was really important and really critical, I think, for our agency and especially for my team. And that was something that we saw really come through and was important. So I just want to acknowledge Jeff for that. I also want to just publicly welcome Acting Director Laura Clellan. She comes to us. She's a retired adjunct general and executive director of the Colorado Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. She began her role as the acting director for CPW on December 1st. Laura comes to CPW with extensive management, organization, and military experience. In her civilian life, she was also chief for leadership and employee development in the Region 6 U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service office in Lakewood. And before that, worked at the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. For the state of Colorado, she retired, as I mentioned, as the adjunct general and executive director of the Colorado Department of Military Affairs in October of 2025. And she had more than 3 decades of decorated military service and multiple overseas deployment. And she's been really an amazing leader as she's been our acting director now for about 2 months. So we've appreciated her coming on board in this interim period. Some other updates. CPW has some things that staff have been up to. CPW staff have submitted comments on the Uinta Railway remand. There were formal comments to the Surface Transportation Board raising concerns about the potential impacts of the Uinta Basin Railway on Colorado's native fish and river ecosystems. This is an 85 to 88 mile railway project designed to transport crude oil from Utah's Uinta Basin to national markets. And comments emphasize the prior environmental analysis does not fully evaluate the risk of train derailments and crude oil spills. And the comments highlighted the vulnerability of the imperiled native fish, including the humpback chub, where a single spill in a limited habitat area could cause significant and lasting population impacts. CPW urged the board to require a revised science-based Endangered Species Act analysis and reaffirmed our commitment to working collaboratively with federal partners to protect Colorado's wildlife resources. CPW also spent an enormous amount of staff time working on the federal WOTUS rulemaking. EPA and Army Corps have proposed new federal rulemaking that significantly narrows the definition of waters of the U.S., all commonly called WOTUS. That rule would limit federal protection to relatively permanent waters that flow year-round. CPW's comments emphasize that 68% of Colorado's stream miles are non-perennial, and a federal shift toward perennial-only protections would abandon the vast majority of our headwaters. These ephemeral systems are vital for a vast diversity of our terrestrial and aquatic life, including species of greatest conservation need identified in our recent swap. While our federal comments aim to influence national policy, Colorado had already taken decisive action to secure our own water future, which leads into the next update about CPW's role in the development of Colorado's Reg 87 dredge and fill control regulation. CPW is a key stakeholder in the development and adoption of Colorado's Reg 87, and the Water Quality Control Division held exemplary stakeholder process throughout the development of Reg 87. In 2025, CPW's internal steering committee, composed of aquatic and wildlife specialists, provided technical expertise through stakeholder meetings and review and suggestions of draft language. The regulation was adopted in December of 25, establishing Colorado's first comprehensive dredge and fill permitting program in response to the federal Clean Water Act's rollbacks following the Sackett decision. Regulation 87 fills a critical federal gap by providing state-level protection for wetlands and seasonal streams. Next, we wanted to talk a little bit about the Wetlands for Wildlife grants. Colorado Wetlands for Wildlife program is a voluntary, collaborative, and incentive-based program to restore, enhance, and create wetlands and riparian areas in Colorado. And we're pleased to announce we have just over $1.2 million available to make funding for this cycle. And eligible applicants include local governments, other state and federal land management agencies, tribes, nonprofit habitat conservation organizations, and private companies. The coming Colorado Water Congress that will be here in the next few days, we also have a workshop there on Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. For invasive species threatening infrastructure. The parenthetical title is Assessing the Level of Threat and the Level of Resources to Address It. Colorado recently experienced dramatic increase in zebra mussel positive waters in western Colorado. While a large majority of the state is not currently dealing with mussel infestation, aquatic nuisance species are an ongoing concern for all surface waters in Colorado. This workshop panel will discuss what CPW ANS program is doing to locate, mitigate, and contain mussel settlements, as well as efforts by other western states to avoid future infestation. And then finally, Lauren, I just wanted to extend some appreciation to your staff, in particular stream and lake protection section. Rob Veal and his team work exceptionally hard towards our shared goal of conserving and protecting the state's natural environment and fisheries. So kudos for their outstanding work over the past year, particularly on the historic Shoshone acquisition approved unanimously in November. After the November board meeting, their work did not stop. They continued to work on new in-stream flow appropriations for 12 of CPW's in-stream flow candidate streams. 8 of these streams will be formally brought to the board at this meeting. These streams have been prioritized by CPW because of the recreational significant trout they support, as well as the important conservation populations of native cutthroats. Lastly, Rob and his team worked extremely hard with Tri-State, BLM, and CPW to reach a resolution on the contested Milk Creek in-stream flow appropriation. This stream is extremely important to CPW because it's a major spawning tributary for the 3 species in the Yampa River Basin. CWCB facilitated lengthy negotiations between Tri-State and the other parties, and we wanted to express appreciation for their hard work in reaching that resolution. So we're grateful for that. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Director Scott?
Thank you. I just want to pass along, if you could pass along with my thanks to Interim Director Cleland. I know she's taken the time and stepped right in and engaged with the agricultural community, and I think that's what's really needed. So thank you.
I will definitely do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Okay, Director McLaughlin.
Does not look like it's on to me. It is.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Riss, and members of the board. My name is Keith McLaughlin. I'm the Executive Director for the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority. Before I started, I just got off the phone with Mike Brode, my predecessor, and told him I was giving my ED report before this board, and I know many of you know him, so he wanted to say hi. I'm going to start on the drinking water side of our program. We had 1 application and 1 business case approved at our December board meeting. The 1 loan application on the water side was for the city of Cripple Creek. They have a $3 million distribution line project. They're also running their wastewater project at the same time, taking advantage of some of the path work that'll include both lines. Southeastern, which you've heard a little bit about already this morning, Colorado Water Conservation District was approved for a business case. Our business cases allow entities to come in that don't meet our metrics for a disadvantaged community. So if for some reason they don't, but they're on the margins or there's a special story, the business case allows our board to consider those disadvantaged communities if approved. In Southeastern's case, they met all the metrics except for one. When you combined all the communities that they're serving, it exceeded our population limit of 10,000. So, but that business case was approved. In total, under the IIJ or the bill program, same program, we've executed about $285 million worth of loans. About 195 of that is grant funds. And that's the primary source of our funding right now. We've got our board meeting coming up on Thursday this week here at the Hyatt. We're expecting two applications, or one application, one business case on the water side. First one is Southeastern Colorado Water Conservation District. We're excited. This is finally, we've been working with them for over 2 years now on this application. We've got that first application in. If you recall, the Bureau is building the trunk line, and then it's going to be entities like us and CWCB that steps in on some of the other sections, including the spur and delivery lines. So this first application is coming in for about 39 miles of the spur and delivery lines, and that allows the communities that are around the trunk line to connect in. And so that's the sort of next step here. And they've got about 3 years, as I understand it, of funding, current funding, and that should get almost, if not to the point of those 39 communities, or excuse me, the 18 communities that are being funded as part of our project in the spur and delivery lines. So we're excited to see that application here at this board meeting on Thursday. In terms of our capacity on the water side, we have about $87 million left for 2026. And I say left, we just started the year, but we've got a lot of applications coming in, particularly in March. So that number excludes 27 million in applications that are coming in at our March meeting. Moving over to the wastewater side, in December, we approved one business case, one loan application. The loan application was for Cripple Creek on the wastewater side. Again, I mentioned their drinking water project earlier. It's a collection line replacement. And then we have Mountain View Villages Water and Sanitation District. They didn't quite meet the metrics. And it was really more of a reliability, because if you've seen Mountain View Villages project up there, it's clearly a disadvantaged community. And they were approved by our board. On the wastewater side, which we received significantly less dollars under the IIJ or bill, which is the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's all the same, but we've done 77 million so far in the 4 years of that program for about 20.8 million has been in grant funds. We have not received any wastewater applications in January at this meeting. We are expecting about $40 million coming in the March session. So right around the corner, I think it's 8 applications for 40 million on the wastewater side. That's good because we have a fair amount of money on that side. It's about $115 million for the remainder of 2026. And again, that's in addition to that 40 million coming in March. In terms of legislative matters, we have to have our legislation, our eligibility list approved. It's similar to the CWCB board's project list. Has to be introduced by the 15th. Challenge this year because the legislature pushed back a week. So we got it introduced on the 14th, the first day of the legislative session, which was fantastic. We're in front of Senate Ag for their consideration on that eligibility list. This Wednesday will be the consideration, and that list considers, and I'm combining both wastewater and drinking water. The numbers are pretty staggering. It's 968 projects for about $59 billion. So that's the need in the state. Just on the infrastructure side, does not include any of the projects that CWCB would normally provide funding for on the water side. So that's quite the number. Also at Senate Ag on Wednesday this week, Senate Ag will be considering 2 board appointments. The first one is for Karen Wogsland. It would be a reappointment of her position, who represents the Yampa White. And the second one is appointment for Roy Heald, who's currently the district manager for Security Water and Sanitation District. And he would be replacing Lucas Hale, who's our current board member, and he would represent the Arkansas Basin. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, hearing none, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
And we are a little early for our break. And so I'm gonna go ahead, yeah, we're gonna take a little bit longer break and rejoin here at 11. Okay, thank you. Okay, if everybody can return back to their seats, we're gonna go ahead and get started.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. So I'll turn this over to Director Russell. Sorry, Section Chief.
I didn't get that promotion in the mail that I was. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this on? Test, there we go. Thank you, Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. And the next agenda item 5A is the routine business of CWCB's Construction Fund and Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund. And to report to the board at a high level, everything seems to be as planned, no surprises. The document was emailed to you all this morning, and it has all of the latest information as it relates to the flow of money in and out of CWCB and all of the obligations that we have made over the course of this year and all previous fiscal years. So we'll start off with the construction fund. A reminder, we started off with about $42 million in unreserved money. And the important thing there is when I talk about a starting number, and it'll be more of an issue when we talk about severance tax again, is that is completely unpromised to anybody at the start of the fiscal year. And so as you move down the list of the things that we received over the course of the fiscal year, that line number 6, the projection is about 80 million in new money coming in. And that includes federal mineral leases, pretty standard, about 10 million, and then all of the treasury interest and the loan principal and interest that flows in. And then during the course of this year, you can see our projections that we look through, and line 16, a reminder, I have to include the previous year's projects bill because of the way the accounting system on that overnight tick from June 30th to July 1st. So down below, you can see I have 2 projects bill listed, and that's just to keep me connected with our budget and accounting folks. So you can see the construction fund is as expected. We've got about 2 million left. I've showed that on line 12. There's about 2 million available to loan out if we do get a loan at the size that we want to put into the construction fund. It's probably a good reminder to the board. When we look at where we pull out new loans, a lot of it has to do with these balances, but also interest rates. We like to take the higher interest rate out of the construction fund because it seems that's where we do most of our business activities, including the operations of CWCB, and most of our projects bill items come out of the construction fund. But in general, we just pick it based on where it fits the flow of cash available as well. So moving on to severance tax perpetual base, we started the year with about $14 million. A highlight, well, just stopping there at row number 3, we also get about $30 million that flows into the severance tax perpetual base from interest and principal. That's our projection for the entire year. You can see under the current column that we track that as we go for each board meeting. And so we're about halfway through, and we've got about halfway or half as much money as we expected to come into that fund. Interest rate and treasury has gone up over the last probably 6 months. It's been really good. It may have dipped a little bit, but yeah, it's much stronger than it was 2 years ago. The one highlight item, line number 4, cash in severance tax perpetual base. Under projections, we look at what is the OSPB projects each year, or throughout the year. They do a quarterly projection. And so I update that. Their latest projection is down to about 22 million. The interesting note, we have not received revenue into that since September. And we were made aware that there were a lot of refunds that go out the door for severance tax, but the projection still remains about 22 million. So a lot of times we'll see more revenue come in around tax time. So February, March, April timeframe. So we'll see if the revenue starts to flow in again. And next time I see you all, maybe we'll be bringing that news. So continuing on, you notice the large bump in loans. That line number 11, 150 million. That's the Fort Collins loan that the Halligan Reservoir loan that we are proposing to fund. That is going to be in the projects bill. And so there's a little bit of a different way to look at things. I like to look at it as this is what the board has approved. The legislature still must give that the final blessing in this year's projects bill. Interesting number. We've only done about $10 million in new loans this fiscal year. I typically say if we have borrowers, whether they're large borrowers or medium-sized project borrowers, when they say, do you guys have enough money for us? My normal answer is we do about $40 million in new loans every year. Obviously, that gets blown way out of proportion when we do a $150 million loan when you're trying to blend that into the messaging. But I'd say in general, we're typically between 30 and $40 million of small loans, which is everything under 10 million right now. When that's the term we use for small loans. And so not a lot of small loans so far this year.
Director McCombs.
Sorry to interrupt you, Kirk. I was just, when you're talking about that, as we're talking, as federal money seems to be fewer and farther between, how do you project that? Is 40 million still going to be your target, or do you think that's going to have to fill a lot of those gaps for the funding that's not coming from some of those federal entities to make the match for some of the grant programs and some of the things? Do you perceive that rising, or do you think it'll stay constant? If you do see it rising, kind of what's your mitigation plan for that, I guess?
So I don't know that I have a really strong crystal ball to see what that looks like. I have noticed that I think with the rise of water plant grants coming out of CWCB, we're not seeing as many, and this may be incorrect, but I'm just lining it up with timing. The more water plant grants available, the more opportunities there are maybe to use that instead of the loan program. I think the influx of federal money over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, I think may have caused our potential borrowers to either plan differently, or, it just takes a long time to get set up to do the projects. And so I don't know if maybe they were hoping for some federal money, and it's hard for me to know for sure, but it did seem like we had a lull based on the timing of federal money and maybe even the larger water plan grant money available. To look into the future, I'd say we're pretty steady with that 40. I don't think that number necessarily rises. If anything, I'd be worried that the demand might drop with other funding source availability. But I think if anything, it allows us to have borrowers come in and say, how can you help us? There's an opportunity to use CWCB money or use the private market money, which is 3 times the interest rate that that's probably strong, twice the interest rate that they are charged through us. So I think we're able to invest our money in water projects, strong borrowers, and continue the machine to make that an interest earning year after year. So I think the model still works very well. And I think I wouldn't make any adjustments to that number, would be my answer. My computer went to sleep. Let me try to get back in here. All right, the last page, or I guess the message at the bottom of that $150 million comment, you can see the red. And as I've presented this to the board in the past, that $101 million in the left column in negative, and we're going to great lengths to figure out where a comfort level is. The 100 million is completely comfortable to me. We're sitting on about 300 million in cash flow that doesn't happen for 3, 4, 5 years. And so that negative number does not concern me at all, because the revenue will come in. We've got opportunities to make adjustments in the future, whether it's not providing large loans when they can go get money elsewhere. So the timing is the issue. The money does not go out the door on a $150 million project overnight. It takes 3, 4, 5 years. And so we've laid out in our models how long those projects are going to need funding. Another prime example, we talked about the Ark Valley Conduit earlier. They've got a $90 million loan that we still have to figure out how that would even be utilized. They don't have it lined up with exactly how that will play out yet. Keith's efforts with the CWCB's grant money, that's a completely separate story. That doesn't touch the $90 million. That's the $30 million grant that is in place. And so we're expecting to see that $30 million move over the next probably 2 or 3 years. So we've got opportunities to make adjustments as needed. So want the board to be comfortable with that statement. And we could revisit that at the Finance Committee in September if there is a desire to make adjustments with that as necessary. So the last page is a summary of a model that we use some different models to put these numbers in place. And I know there's a lot of numbers in there. I've highlighted the one that I would have you focus on. So the top layer there is next fiscal year, that's 26-27. If and when the legislature approves the $150 million, that's what next year's version will look like in those board meeting presentations. I just summarize it into a simple to follow as I populate that with projections, expectations, and highlighting there, you can see at the end of next fiscal year, we're about, assuming $40 million in new loans come in, we're about $76 million negative in over-promising obligations. But in yellow, right below that, you see the $331 million. That's cash that is not expected to go out the door at the same time. So it's like we've got this pile of cash that isn't going out the door yet with a promise of negative 76. And you can see that number continues to go down when you look at the next fiscal year. It's about a $20 million deficit. Again, assuming $40 million in new loans, assuming severance tax continues to flow as they project it, things like that. So an out year of 28, 29, we're back into positive. And again, these are all assumptions on how much money those large loans will draw down over the next 3 years after this. So with that, I'd be happy to take any more questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I understand Joshua Godwin is not feeling real well, so he has offered to do the next 2 presentations remote. So he sure apologizes for not being here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to the water projects loans.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm going to take that as a yes. Good morning. My name is Joshua Godwin, CWCB staff for the finance section. I apologize for not being there in person. I promise I did not think this was the March meeting. I'm recovering from an illness, and so I'm going to thank you again for allowing me to present remotely. This is agenda item 6A, water project loan request for the rehabilitation of Harvey Gap Reservoir spillway and outlet for the Silt Water Conservancy District in Garfield County within the Colorado River Basin. Next slide, please. The Silt Water Conservancy District supplies water to predominantly agricultural users within and around Silt and Rifle, Colorado. The district is seeking approval for a loan to reconstruct and rehabilitate Harvey Gap Reservoir spillway and outlet tunnel in the amount of $3.4 million. The terms are 30 years at a 1.9% interest rate, and my contact in preparing the board memo and presentation is Michelle Coppersmith, staff and treasurer for the district. Next slide, please. Now, Harvey Gap Reservoir, also known as Grass Valley Reservoir, is located 4 miles north of Silt, Colorado, within the Harvey Gap State Park. The dam was initially built in 1894, but failed the following year. You can still see the boulders that were part of the dam sitting in downstream fields downstream of the reservoirs now. The dam was rebuilt in 1909 and without restriction can legally impound 5,060 acre-feet. In 2016, the reservoir was put under a 2-foot storage restriction to a gauge height of 50 feet, removing 640 acre-feet or 13% of the reservoir's capacity. The Colorado Division of Water Resources Dam Safety Branch found the spillway to be insufficiently sized to meet requirements, and a recent collapse of the outlet tunnel, though partially repaired, still presented hazardous injury conditions for inspection and had considerable seepage. The final design has to get approved through dam safety and is expected to occur later this year, and construction is planned for late 2027 and early 2028. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is a spillway. Here you can see the present conditions of the underside spillway of the reservoir. It's currently about 12 feet wide and suffering significant deterioration. The concern with the underside spillway is that if the water from, say, a high-intensity rain event were to enter the reservoir and the reservoir were already full, then the spillway might not be able to allow enough water to bypass the reservoir enough to prevent the overtopping and potential failure of the dam. This project will widen the spillway to about 20 feet and then be able to bypass a surge of water that could flow into the reservoir. Next slide, please. Here are pictures of the outlet works, or the outlet tunnel. This is the current state of it as it is, even after it's been partially repaired. You can still see the significant seepage that occurs. I didn't take these photos. They were part of the comprehensive dam safety evaluation for the reservoir that was funded in part by the CWCB. Next slide, please. Here are the project financials. The project cost is estimated at $3.4 million, covered wholly by the loan. The blended interest rate for the borrower is typically would be 2.4% in this case, but under normal circumstances. But because the reservoir is under a storage restriction, we reduce the rate by 0.5%, resulting in 1.9%. The financial ratios indicate that the district is a typical borrower, and security for this loan will be a pledge of revenues. Next slide, please. Lastly, here's a staff recommendation as it's stated on the front page of the board memo, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, hearing none. I'd like to entertain a motion for the staff's recommendation.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Hawes. Do I hear a second? Director Combs? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Oh, it was Director Wind, sorry. Sounded the same. Oh, are there any opposed? Motion passes. Sorry, we'll make sure Director Wind has the motion on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Next presentation. All right, again, my name is Joshua Godwin, Finance Section Staff. This is Agenda Item 7A, a non-action item. So last year at the January board meeting, I gave a presentation covering projects that were approved by the board during Director Brown and Director Brody's time here. It's my understanding this is the last board meeting for Director Felt. So we wanted to take this opportunity to provide, as a way of appreciation, a synopsis of your service here through the lens of the loan program and the impact you've had on the water districts, municipalities, and farmers in the Arkansas Basin, as well as Colorado as a whole. Next slide, please. So since 2020, you have approved over $665 million to fund 85 low-interest loans. These numbers do not take into account the contributions from borrowers, state grants, and federal grants these loans can be used to help leverage, which undoubtedly would put the overall investment of the project into the billions. And so you can see we have, as the breakdown of the 85 projects, 28 involve reservoirs and dams, 21 involve ditches that were rehabilitated or piping, 12 diversion structures, 12 with water rights and augmentation and delivery, and then 4 hydroelectric loans. Next slide. Okay, here's a map that provides an overview of the projects in the presentation. And Kirk said I'm not allowed to give a 3-hour presentation, so I've grouped as much as I can together. Next slide, please. You may have recognized this from one of our previous presentations, but this is the Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company's Beaver Ditch Breach. It was discovered in 2023. One of my favorite facts about this is at one point, the water had torn through the landscape so much that it was the 8th tallest waterfall in Colorado. It has since been rehabilitated back in 2024. Next slide, please. And you can see more of the devastation. This is about a 6 foot tall side by side, and it's circled in red off to the left-hand side. And it basically looks like a canyon after everything was done. Next slide, please. And this is what it looks like today. The breach on the left-hand side has been fixed, has been lined, and what was previously a canyon before is now a gentle sloping hill. Next slide, please. So one of the other projects, so this is a project within the Arkansas Valley. The Queen Reservoir sits north of Lamar in the far downstream end of the Arkansas Basin. It's decreed to hold up to 35,657 acre feet of water, but has been under a complete storage restriction since 2017. As of late last year, the restriction has been completely lifted, and the Amity has access to the storage again. Next slide, please. This is the dam having been reconstructed. Next slide, please. Thank you. East Mesa, if you recall, a couple of years ago, we had sinkholes that appeared around late 2023. We had a kind of emergency call from Kirk. Matt Stearns and myself were called, I think, one Thursday evening, and then Friday morning, we were both down in Carbondale to see what we could do about these two sinkholes that appeared and basically swallowed up the East Mesa Ditch Company's water. They're about 30 feet in diameter and 20 feet deep. But next slide, please. And you can probably see, yes, you can see both of them there. But within 6 to, I think, 9 months, they were able to use our loan, get some grant funding from Garfield County as well, and were able to fix the issue. And I think that'll be the next slide. Yeah, and that is what it looks like today. Next slide, please. All right, this is Pioneer Reservoir, used sand. Basically, it's a sand and gravel pit. It was purchased by Central Colorado Water Conservancy District and turned into a 2,000 acre foot reservoir to augment well pumping. Next slide. You can see this is actually the first filling of it. Zach attended it. He's so excited to watch it slowly fill up for about 3 weeks. All right, next slide. This is its full. Next slide, please. So very soon after starting the agency, you begin to recognize that each of the basin is its own animal, so different from each other, facing unique concerns and having different characteristics. Taking the South Platte, for instance, we've had 9 loans just to diversion structures within the past 6 years. You can see where they line up along the South Platte. Next slide, please. And with Rio Grande, same with Rio Grande, we've had 8 projects totaling about $26.6 million in pursuit of stabilizing groundwater within the basin. Next slide, please. If you haven't been to the Pueblo Waterworks Park, then I highly recommend you visit the next time you're in the area. They've taken a dangerous load head diversion dam and, without losing function, completely transformed it into a water recreation park, complete with a boating bypass, fish passage, tube slide, and a wave for surfing. I took this project over from Cole a couple years ago. Oh yeah, next slide's fine. And early on, it's difficult for me to find how to get to the construction site, but one of the first elements of the park was a big wave drop that surfers would frequent. So in order for me to find the site, I actually had to Google directions to surfing in Pueblo to find the project. All right, next slide, please. And you can see this is actually where the surfing wave is. Next slide. That would be where the tube slide is. Next slide. And it actually is a top-down view of the boat and fish passage. If you just look just on the downward side of the boat passage, you can kind of see the delineation of the fish passage for each of the drops. Next slide, please. And then this is kind of an overview of the whole Waterworks Park. Next slide, please. All right, same view. Next slide. Another Lowhead Dam. Basically, this is the Florida Consolidated. That was a diversion. Again, Lowhead dams are dangerous within Colorado. This actually got 5 different grants along with the loan and provided basically just completely changed the nature of the stream that allow for not only the removal of this Lowhead diversion, but also improved the aquatic habitat as well. If you take to the next slide, you can see what it looks like today. And then next slide. And that's looking downstream as well. All right, next slide. So this was a wildfire impact loan. We have since moved to the term disaster impact loan because not everything is wildfire related, as we'll talk about later. I'm going to briefly talk about that. So once a disaster is declared through the governor's office, we are then allowed to offer loans to the affected region to repair and improve water infrastructure and at no interest for 3 years. This is to give the borrower the opportunity to move forward with their recovery efforts without having to wait for federal recovery grants to come through first. And so this one is the Glenwood Springs at a pretreatment because of the Grizzly Creek fire tore up 32,000 acres, and they were expecting 3 to 10 years of elevated sediment load coming in, which would absolutely kind of destroy their intake. And so this loan was to provide some sort of free treatment to help remove that sediment. Next slide, please. Here you can see it actively under construction. Next slide, please. Now, this is the Vinelands power plant. Basically, it's funded in part by a loan, split by the Orchard Mesa and Grand Valley Waters Users Association, as well as Water Plan Grant and Species Conservation Trust Fund. It was a deterring facility that's built in the 1930s. It sits on the top of the 15-mile reach and is a senior collar right up to Shoshone. It generates power and provides protection for the 4 major fish species in Colorado. And you can see it also increases power generation from 2.5 megawatts to 4.5. Next slide, please. Next slide. One of the many tunnels we ended up working on for the past couple years, the Elephant Buttress saw a significant rock slide and threatened to eliminate their water supply. And so they got a loan from us to help clear that out and buffer it up. Next slide, please. And you can see what it looks like today. Next slide. You may remember the Oxford Farmers Siphon in Fowler, Colorado, in the Arkansas Basin. Back in 2023 in summer, at the height of their irrigation, they had 4 different blowouts. Tried to do the best they could to repair. And they came to us with a loan as soon as the irrigation season wrapped up for a cure-in-place liner. Next slide, please. So here are some pictures of getting inside it. And I don't remember what this guy was trying to tell me. Yeah. On the left-hand side, I probably had something to do with how big the snake it was they found in there. But I do recall that the further you walk down this pipe, the more that the perfectly circular pipe turns more ellipsoid. And at that point, your brain doesn't care. The pipe's been there for 80 years. You kind of say, yeah, this looks good. I'm going to turn around and go somewhere else. And so it was the last picture was me turning around and like, oh, the sun's existing. So let's go back that way. Next slide, please. This is it. This is it finished. Next slide. The last chance ditch measurement structure. You can see it provides diverts 11,000 acre feet per year. Had a huge amount of water bypassing the measurement flume, and so they got a loan from us for about $200,000 and to provide more accurate reading. Next slide. And this is what it looks like today. Next slide. This is Breckenridge Goose Tarn Pasture, one of our more expensive loans in the past couple of years. We exceeded that $10,000 threshold, so they had to go to projects bill. But they had excessive seepage and they were under dam restriction that basically almost took in half of their storage. And so you can see here under construction. And the next slide will show kind of how tight, you can see it's basically in a neighborhood. And so it was a very tight construction to work in. Next slide. You may remember the landslide we had in Crawford last year, the year before last. And so this is kind of that buttress that we had discussed before. This is the landslide. And then we came with a buttress solution. Next slide. Unfortunately, not all pictures look great, but this is as good as you can get. And sometimes the boring picture is the best picture. Next slide, please. One of the hydroelectric projects we brought before you the past couple of years was recently completed back in November this past year. This is it's under construction. This is Rio Blanco up in Rangeley, Colorado. Next slide, please. Sorry, it was completed back in November this past year. Next slide, please. Downstream in the Arkansas, around Lamar, Colorado, Fort Bent suffered a leak within their willow siphon, and this is the siphon crossing primarily across the only road into the hospital of Lamar. So it was obviously not just an issue with infrastructure for the ditch, but also for the whole community. If that took out the road, it would be an extra 10 minutes just to get to the hospital. So you can see on the left-hand side, the debris blockage. And then on the right-hand side, the first 100 feet were cleared, cleaned, and repaired. And the remainder is expected to be wrapped up this spring. Another disaster impact loan we had mentioned before, we had changed to disaster impact loan terminology. This is Ridgeway. They experienced floods in mid to late August 2024, knocked out their water supply, and governor declared disaster. Next slide, please. It is currently under construction, or they're actually done for the winter. They've partially constructed the diversion structure and demobilized for the winter. The pipe is ditched near the diversion and a road was constructed. So they expect to wrap up in this coming spring. Next slide, please. And I think this might be the last project I have listed. This is the Twin Lakes Reservoir and Canal Company. It is in the Colorado Basin, but it sends water to the Arkansas Basin. And this was a two-part project, or 2 or 3-part project, where they wanted to line the old steel-facing dam, which you can see they actually have already completed. The other parts being they have to reconstruct the outlet tower, or construct an outlet tower, as well as rebuild the gatehouse. And that is to come in that's supposed to occur this coming summer. Next slide. Okay, thank you. So the presentation was a group effort. I was just lucky enough to be the one to deliver it. The projects are rarely just the finance team. These are often collaboration involving the rest of the agencies. Director Felt, I wanted to thank you again for your service and say I'm happy that I'll get the chance to continue to work with you as you lead the upper arc. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Director Felt.
Joshua, thank you for that. I'm very impressed with myself that I actually remember all those projects. And I don't know if it's a compliment in a way to you and Kirk and Lauren and the whole team. But you guys make it easy to spend $640 million. I think much more importantly, though, just looking at this slideshow, this sampling of what we've worked on in the last 6 years does really demonstrate how important this program is. I forget, Kirk, where we're at in terms of our equity in the program, 1.3 billion, something about right. But when you see these pictures, you see all these communities being able to improve their situations or to deal with unforeseen circumstances, disasters. It really does bring into focus what can seem a little perfunctory at times, you know, because you guys do such a good job of framing these up and ensuring that the taxpayers are protected and everything. But these are really impactful projects to the communities involved. And I'm sure I speak for everyone at this table. You guys do make it easy for us and for the communities to go forward and be successful. So thanks to all the staff for all the work that went into this. Again, it's just a sampling, but I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also agree with what Director Felt was saying. You all do make it look or make it really easy for us. So thank you again. Again, speaks to your hard work. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to our water supply reserve fund applications.
Nope. Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, project bills. Sorry, my bad. I'm ready to just keep going.
That's good because I don't know what to talk about with that one. So Joshua, great job. Thank you. Director Felt, huge thank you. Every time we have a board member that transitions in and out of the board, the friendship, the opportunity to see every 2 months. I know you being in the water community, we'll see you around. Yeah, it's such a bond that we create with board members and certainly much appreciated. And yeah, you've been busy, $640 million. That's it's quite a number. Then there was a lot more projects that we could probably go through as well. It's interesting, your comment there, Director Felt. I just got a call a couple of days ago from a borrower that was looking for some additional money. They borrowed, paid off $200,000 loan. They spent the last 20 years paying it off. And his comment was, we couldn't survive without the CWCB loan program, and on and on and on. So we hear it routinely. And it's not just us, it's the program that's set up. It's the opportunity for us to bring, for you all to review this and make sure we're staying true course. So the thank yous are across the board. And I've got to entertain you 1 sec. I don't think this next item is going to take as long as I had projected. So Joshua's comment about that pipe and walking through pipe, back in the day, when I was involved in the construction side of things, had a chance to go through a tunnel up near Carbondale, and it was to inspect new pipeline that they were lining this tunnel. And yeah, you got a hard hat on and construction boots, and there's not a lot of light available in tunnels. So there's about 3 or 4 people with lights on their helmet. I think state engineer might have been involved in the tour as well. And then the message comes out, okay, this is the area there we're going to see where there was a collapse in the tunnel. You're walking through this, and my big body doesn't necessarily fit real well in these tunnels anyway. The hard hat sideways and trying to avoid running into the wall. And so it's a little stressful. And then water's running. You're trying not to step in a big puddle of water and get your boot full of water. So it's a stressful walk. And then you get to the collapsed area and your mind goes, well, what keeps this from collapsing while we're walking through it here? But the follow-up to that was, this is where the bats are. And, you know, I don't think bats have any interest in humans, just like humans don't have that much interest in interacting with bats. So I felt comfortable they were going to stay their distance away. The message to those of you that walk through a tunnel with bats in it, there's a reason those bats are there, and there's a food supply. And that food supply are bugs that fly around. And so in this elevation, winded Kirk walking through the tunnel, breathing heavy, avoiding bumping my head and stepping in the puddle. And all of a sudden, I just inhaled a handful of sunflower seeds, also known as gnats. And I was ready to run the other direction, but there was no light in that direction. So after about 4 inhalations of these gnats, I decided that tunnel walking was never going to be my future. So I'm happy to be here speaking to you today because I thought that was the end of me at that moment. So I'm going to have to talk to Joshua about staying out of those pipelines as well. So stories from the construction side. Thank you for listening. All right, Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. The next item is one that you're probably tired of hearing about at this point. This is the long course of the projects bill preparation. By the way, it's agenda item 8, and this would be your last look at the projects bill list that the board approved last November. The memo at the top, the only item I want to highlight that we probably didn't spend a lot of time on in November. Oh, and by the way, the attachment to this is the summary that we provide to the sponsors of the bill, and the expectation is that it'll be out of the House, and therefore Representative McCormick is the Senate Ag chair, and usually it is sponsored by the chair of the body that's the bill is going through. Last year it was in the Senate, so we expect this to go through the House. So up in the memo, the one I wanted to highlight is that Juergens Reservoir construction project. We didn't spend a lot of time talking about that. That is a project that was approved back in May of 2025, but it was they needed to move some money out the door to get the project started, but they were pushed up against the $10 million limit. I will say this is one of the impetuses to asking for an increase in the board's authority to approve loans up to 30 million. But we've had about 4 or 5 of these over the last 4 or 5 years. So we got the money moving out with that ceiling of $10 million. They told us that they had opportunities to borrow money from a private bank if we could not fund it through the project bill. And so just wanted to highlight that we're adding another $10 million to that loan, even though it shows up as 20 million there. We're already funding 10 of that. Their timing is waiting for the project's bill to get approved with that funding in place, and hopefully that'll happen. Other than that, the list of dollars is consistent as you approved back in November. So then you can see the document as I prepared for the drafter and for sharing with sponsors and you all if you get asked questions about it. I put preliminary on it because it's not official yet, but we will be submitting this when we're requested. But I want you to focus on the bottom of that document, section N, O, P, and Q. And those are, I call them non-financial impact spaces. And so this is an information only item. We don't need any action from the board. This is just my last opportunity to share with you what the project's bill will look like. So section N is Janine Shaw in November requested you to approve the appropriation of $37.7 million in that sports betting revenue. That's section N. Again, it's not an impact to the construction fund or severance tax, so we didn't push it through the same way as those non-reimbursables. The section O is probably new to you all. It's a turf replacement program technical correction, and it just allows us to utilize money that was already appropriated a little more efficiently. I think it adds a little bit of time. It pushes it out to June 30 of 2028, allowing us to utilize the $4 million in that fund from those two general fund, actually one's general fund and one's construction fund transfers. And I guess it allows the interest earnings to remain with the fund, but it just allows us to utilize the money more efficiently over the next couple of years. Section P, the severance tax task force appropriation correction. There was a glitch in the funding source for that money. And so we are proposing to use severance tax perpetual base instead of the, actually, I think the fund neglected to include a funding source. So I think that's about $150,000, $200,000 of appropriation that now will come out of that severance tax to fund the task force efforts. And Director Risk can help with any questions you have about that task force. Section Q, the last one on the list there, is that request to increase the board's limit from $10 million to $30 million in this year's projects bill, allowing us to get projects moving that are in that window. I did an analysis earlier in 2025, back when we did that $10 million limit, that same time, just with the cost of construction inflation, is about a $23 million project today. So we're asking for a little bit more than the actual value of what was put in place back, I want to say it was 2007 when that $10 million limit was set. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. All of the data sheets are attached to that. It's kind of a one source for an opportunity if you need to share that with anybody in your base and what we're doing with the projects bill.
Okay, are there any questions? No questions.
Stay out of the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have our Water Supply Reserve Fund applications.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff, presenting a NAT-free agenda item 9. At our October 1 deadline, we received 10 applications, and as always, as you know, these are approved by their respective roundtables. Staff has recommended approval for all 10 proposals. Just got 2 for you today. Director Riss approved the other 8 back on January 7th. Agenda item 9A is an application from the city of Victor. They have a 100-year-old raw water main, about 3.1 miles long, that has multiple leaks. It's at high risk for service disruption, which was evidenced by catastrophic failure back in March of 2024. And they came in back in July of 2024 to get a partial funding for the design and engineering for this project. So that's been underway. This current ask will be, they'll use grant funds for the construction phase to replace the transmission line that goes from Bison Park Reservoir to the 10-way distribution valve. And I'll be available for any questions on 9A.
Seeing no questions.
All right, great. Agenda item 9B is an application from the Huerfano County Water Conservancy District, which provides 45 acre-feet per year to its agricultural, commercial, and residential water users. And they are in need of repairs to their Sheep Mountain Augmentation Facility. That's a key feature to the Huerfano Basin Regional Augmentation Program. The facility was completed back in 2021 and unfortunately has aged rapidly due to wave action, wind, and level fluctuations at the facility. And so this has caused ballast erosion, which is exposing the protective liner, risking water loss and structural failure. Our funds will be used to help repair the exposed geotextile, to install riprap and add rock bedding layers to prevent future damage and help them provide long-term stability and water storage functionality for the facility. I'll be available to answer any questions on 9B.
Director Combs.
Yeah, Ben, I was gonna say, what was the timing of this? When was this originally built? That they're getting the repairs now? How old is this structure?
It was built, completed back in 2021, so it's 5 years, almost 5 years now.
And it's the membrane that's needing repaired.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, no questions.
Great. Yeah, so staff recommends both 9A and 9B for approval of the dollar amounts that were on the screen.
Okay. Director Felt.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move approval of agenda items 9A and 9B.
Felt, do I hear a second? Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Motion made in second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion's passed.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we are at lunch, and so we'll go ahead and adjourn at 1:05.
Return.
Return. I know, I'm just ready to like leave. So.
Felt, whose service to Colorado, his participation in this board has been an incredible asset. I know you'll stay active in this community and continue to serve. You represent so much of what is good about Colorado, Greg. Thank you for putting yourself out there and being a part of this work. We will miss you. Thank you. I testified to the SMART Act hearing, as did our commissioner. The question I got from Dylan Roberts is, are we ready for the potential of litigation? You'll hear in executive session a little bit more context of where we are. You may know from past reports that I've been building up our team, ably led by Scott Steinbrecher, our deputy, and our first, who you'll hear from, Lane, shortly. We also have a couple of deputy solicitor generals that we've brought on, knowing that we are seeing challenges on multiple fronts. I think the Rio Grande front is, God willing, exactly, we're almost there. And the Nebraska front is a big question mark, with the Supreme Court set to decide whether or not that will be active litigation at the Supreme Court. It's been a great partnership working with our state engineer on those issues. That's too soon for me to give you any other statement than we'll see what the Supreme Court decides and where we are there. And obviously, the Colorado River is on people's minds. I'll share some of these thoughts in my address at Colorado Water Congress as well. I do believe in the capacity that we've been building up, and we've got a lot of hard, important work ahead. On water quality side, we've worked others in our office on the Colorado Clean Water Act to make sure we can manage that effectively. That's going to continue to be something to look at, as well as the work we're doing on PFAS, which is now in litigation, and a lot of water districts are paying close attention to those concerns. Madam Chair, with respect to your tribe and those in Southwest Colorado, the oil spill is on my mind, and the concern about water contamination after what we've seen in the Animas River is something that we'll continue to keep a close eye on. And I know something that I'm committed to working with you to make sure we learn from it. I do think the risks of contamination from pipelines is something that we need to keep top of mind. I think that will do it for my report now. I believe after that, we'll be ready for executive session unless there's any questions anyone has for me.
Any questions for AG Weiser? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Felt. Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Motion made. Is there any discussion?
Can I just say, I usually say a little bit before I vote. I'll go ahead with that. We are going to go into executive session or take a vote for it. During executive session, we will be discussing agenda item 11A, and the discussion will be limited to that topic. This session is authorized pursuant to the provisions of 24-64023A of the Colorado Revised Statutes, and I think we're now ready for the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion is accepted, so we'll go ahead and enter.
Recording stopped.
Session. Can I get everybody back in their seats so we can get our
Recording in
Again,
progress.
we're a little bit behind schedule, and I'm gonna go ahead and turn this back over to our Attorney General or our Attorney Mealy.
Thank you. This is Jen Mealy. I'm here with agenda item 12, the report from executive session. The board went into executive session to consider agenda item 11A. Discussion during the executive session was limited to that item and no formal action was taken. We are now on to agenda item 13. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to our Colorado River updates.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, members of the board. This is Amy Ostick, the Chief of the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section. And I'm joined by Michelle Garrison, and we're going to give you a Colorado River update. I'm going to provide an update on the post-2026 operations of Powell and Meade, the process to get to a framework for those operations, the negotiations, and also the NEPA process. And then I'll hand it over to Michelle to give what I'm sure will be a very cheery update on the hydrologic conditions in the Colorado Basin. So to kick us off, I wanted to just start with the same table that I have shown you all a few different times, but with a few things taken away and a few things added. So the 2007 guidelines, of course, expired at the end of last year. We are still in the last year of their operations, so we are hard at work trying to negotiate a consensus alternative for the post-2026 operations of Powell and Meade. In January of 2025, Reclamation released an alternatives report detailing some ideas that they were considering for the NEPA analysis. Moving towards the negotiations, we are now working towards a February 14th deadline that the federal government has set for the basin states to hopefully come to a consensus for post-2026 operations. But as we're doing those negotiations, the NEPA process rolls on. So just January 16th, recently, the Bureau of Reclamation released a draft EIS detailing a few options, alternatives for management, post-2026 management of Lake Powell and Lake Meade, and I'm going to talk through what you're going to see in that alternatives report today. I want to start with a few really big caveats. It's a very large document, so there's a lot there. I'm going to be addressing it at a very, very high level today, just a quick overview of what you're going to see in each of the alternatives. I'm also not here to provide Commissioner Mitchell's or the state team's perspective, as much as I might like to offer my own opinion. I'm going to try really hard not to, because we're still working on developing our thoughts on this document. And on that note, the comment deadline is March 2nd. We will be working on comments to the draft EIS, but I'm not ready to share with you everything that's going to be in those comments. So I'm really just here to provide an overview of what you're going to see in the draft EIS. A few just high-level notes on the draft EIS. You're not going to see a preferred alternative identified. And Reclamation is pretty clear throughout this document that they are still really, really hoping for a basin states consensus. In the ideal world, they would be able to kind of parachute that consensus in as the preferred alternative in the final EIS and what would become the record of decision. So they have not identified a preferred alternative here. In terms of the time frame, it is noted that the next interim period is intended to be approximately 20 years, but there's openness to a shorter duration or implementation of some kind of phased-in approach. The geographic scope. So this is an interesting one. They recognize in the draft EIS that the geographic scope is limited to Lake Powell and below. The impacts analysis is limited to Lake Powell and below. But as you will see throughout the alternatives, there are actions contemplated above Lake Powell in the upper basin. So with that, I'm going to move on to talking about what you're going to see in terms of the alternatives. So hearkening back to that report, the alternatives report that Reclamation put out previously, you're going to see a few parallels, and I just want to highlight those so that if you recall what was in that report, some of this might be a little bit more familiar, but a little bit different as well. So 3 of these alternatives were, or some iteration of them was in that alternatives report. The basic coordination alternative used to be called the federal authorities alternative. This is something that the federal government believes that they have the authority to implement today. It wouldn't require any new agreements, any new legislation. According to the Bureau of Reclamation, it's what they believe they have the authority to do today. The enhanced coordination alternative, this is going to look something like the federal authorities hybrid. Reclamation states that this was developed using input from the basin tribes and federal agencies. The maximum operational flexibility alternative, this is going to look familiar. It is the alternative that the NGOs helped develop, and it is also called it was called the cooperative conservation alternative in the alternatives report. Of course, you have the no action alternative required by NEPA. And then finally, you have the supply driven alternative. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get there, but you all might recall we reported some months ago, I think, that there was some basin state discussion around a supply driven concept. And this is an adaptation of that from one particular point of view. So common to all of the alternatives, you're going to see 4 elements. First, guidelines to reduce or increase deliveries from Mead. I'm really going to focus on the reduction of deliveries from Lake Mead, lower basin reductions, essentially. Coordinated reservoir operations, this is the Lake Powell release. How is it determined? What are the factors that go into determining it? Storage and delivery of conserved water. This is another way to say how much water can the lower basin bank for later use in Lake Mead through an intentionally created surplus plan, and how much is how big is a conservation pool in Lake Powell that the upper division states may choose to contribute to. Finally, additional activities above Lake Powell. So in terms of, filling that pool that might be available in Lake Powell, what are assumptions being made about how much water the upper division states might conserve? And what are the assumptions about how the upstream initial units might be operated? So I'm just going to walk through in each of the alternatives what you're going to see for each of these categories. And I cannot emphasize enough that there's a lot of technical analysis behind all these. There are a lot of assumptions that went into them. And I'm not going to delve too deep into those, but just give kind of an overview of what you see in each alternative. So starting with the no action alternative, lower basin reductions, they are determined by Mead elevations, and they're distributed based on priority up to 600,000 acre feet. Powell operations, the Powell release is set under most circumstances at 8.23 million acre feet. There is a potential for equalization at certain Powell elevations, and that's determined, by this a line in Lake Powell, a certain elevation in Lake Powell that is meant to be an approximation of 602A storage. I'm not going to get into all of that nuance today, but under most circumstances, you have a release from Powell of 8.23 million acre feet. It is also noted that that can go lower for infrastructure protection at Lake Powell. Storage and delivery of conserved water. So this is a good time to mention that the lower basin currently has over 3 million acre feet in Lake Mead, an intentionally created surplus. And again, that's water that they have stored in Lake Mead. They have done certain things to store water in Lake Mead or claim that they have a bank in Lake Mead, and they can get that out later under certain circumstances. So under the no action alternative, they can get out the intentionally created surplus that they have already put in under the provisions that exist under the 07 guidelines and the drought contingency plan that provides that ability for them to get that water out even after those agreements have expired. So they can retrieve their existing ICS, but there's no new no new future intentionally created surplus program contemplated here. And no specific upper basin activities are included above Lake Powell. So moving along to the basic coordination alternative, again, this is what Reclamation believes that they have the authority to do if there are not new agreements or new legislation in place, previously called the federal authorities alternative. So lower basin shortages are based again on Mead elevations. They go up to 1.48 million acre feet. You may recall in the alternatives report that lower basin reductions went up to 3.5 million acre feet, just for a point of comparison. Again, they're distributed based on priority, and something that this and the previous, the no action alternative have in common is that Arizona would be taking 77%, roughly 77% of these reductions under this and the no action alternative. Coordinated reservoir operations, again, Lake Powell elevations or releases that would be based on Powell elevations, and they range from 7 to 9.5 million acre feet. Again, similar to the no action alternative in terms of conserved water, you have no new intentionally created surplus programs, but the lower basin would still be able to retrieve under certain specified conditions the ICS that they already have in Lake Mead. Activities above Lake Powell. I actually pulled out a quote here from the draft EIS about upper basin conservation in particular. It would require agreements outside of reclamation's control. So there are not specific upper basin conservation activities detailed in this alternative. But there are, with not a lot of detail, upstream initial unit releases contemplated to protect elevation 3525. Moving along, the enhanced coordination alternative, you're going to see a few differences here. So to start, the lower basin reductions, instead of being based on Lake Mead elevation, would be based on combined storage at Lake Powell and Lake Mead. In this case, you're going to see shortages distributed pro rata. That's another distinction between the first couple that I went over. And they're going to go up to 3 million acre feet. Powell releases. So Powell elevations would be based on a combination of Powell and Mead elevations. This one gets a little complicated, and to fully understand it, you need to look at a number of different tables in the EIS that I'm not going to go over today. But I will say that it's essentially based on how much. So if you look at the combined storage at Lake Powell and Lake Mead, there's a certain point at which there is more storage kept in Lake Powell, below which more storage is kept in Lake Powell. I think it's 63%. And above that, more water is kept in Lake Mead. It's complicated. There are also hydrology-based factors that go into it. But that's the Powell release. It ranges from 4.7 to 10.8 million acre feet. And this target distribution curve is what I was talking about if you want to look it up in the draft EIS. Another unique thing to this alternative, storage and delivery of conserved water. So here you have a new intentionally created surplus program. I believe in this alternative, all of the existing ICS that I've referred to would go directly into this new ICS program. You have up to 5 million acre feet of a lower basin pool, but you also have a 2 million acre foot federal protection pool that the federal government would control in Lake Mead. You also have up to 2 million acre feet of a storage pool in Lake Powell for the upper division states. And then this final part is also a little bit more complicated. So you have upper basin conservation, and there are some assumptions about how much water the upper division states might conserve, and it changes based on how far you are into the guidelines. So for the first 5 years, you have an assumption of up to 200,000 acre feet, or an average up to 200,000 acre feet. That bumps up to 275,000 acre feet for years 6 through 10, and then 350,000 acre feet after that. You also have this mechanism that we refer to as conversion. So there are certain conditions under which that water is going to become system water. It's not going to be held in Lake Powell. It's rather going to become subject to the release curve from Lake Powell. And there are references to offsetting lower basin reductions, using that water to offset those reductions. The maximum operational flexibility alternative, again, this is based on an alternative previously put together by the NGO community. And I guess what I'll say just high level is that it's intended to incorporate a great deal of flexibility in a few different ways. Starting with lower basin reductions. So I put this in quotes, lower basin shortages based on total system storage. What that really means is mostly upper basin reservoirs and a couple in the lower basin and recent hydrology. Shortages are distributed based on priority, and you have up to 4 million acre feet of reductions in the lower basin in this alternative. Coordinated reservoir operations based on upper basin system storage and recent hydrology, and they range from 5 to 11 million acre feet. And then storage and delivery of conserved water. This is a novel concept, or a unique concept among the alternatives. You have an 8 million acre acre feet pool available in Powell and Mead with the idea that the water can go between Powell and Mead. And flexibilities for transactions for that water, and also a decent amount of flexibility in terms of how that pool can be managed by the federal government to protect downstream resources. Finally, additional activities above Powell, you have an upper basin conservation assumption averaging 200,000 acre feet and up to 500,000 acre feet of conservation in the upper basin. Finally, the supply-driven alternative. And I want to provide a little bit of context. Again, you all might recall that there was some discussion among the basin states about this concept of a supply-driven approach, where the Powell release curve, or the Powell release rather, would be determined based on a certain number of years of natural flow. You average it, and then Powell is releasing a % of that average. So this is one particular way to do that. So jumping to just the Powell release, it would be 65% of the preceding 3-year average natural flow. That would be constrained at a low of 4.7 million acre feet and a high of 12 million acre feet. So that is how the Powell release would work. And just backtracking to lower basin reductions, they'd be based on mean elevations up to 2.1. And something unique about this alternative is that they analyzed a few different mechanisms for distributing that based on priority or pro rata distribution based on the amount of reductions that are being taken. So storage and delivery of conserved water, up to 8 million acre foot pool in Mead and 3 million acre feet in Powell. And finally, additional activities above Powell. So a couple things to note here. You have a specific amount of upstream initial unit releases called out in this alternative, up to 500,000 acre feet a year. You also have an average of 200,000 acre feet of conservation in the upper basin. And finally, you have this concept of gap water. And I just want to take a minute and explain what that means. So you may or may not, or you may, in certain situations, find that Powell cannot release 65% of natural flow because that water simply isn't available. Even with all these assumptions about upper basin contributions, it's just not possible for Powell to make that release. So you can just inject water into Lake Powell as a modeling exercise and say, we're just going to put, 1.1 million acre feet of water in Lake Powell and assume it's there. And that's going to help Powell make that 65% release. So that's gap water. And that is something, again, that has been in the discussion, in the modeling discussion, in reclamations kind of space, that doesn't always get directly talked about, but it's called out directly in this alternative. And those are the alternatives. So I'm going to invite Michelle Garrison up to give a hydrology update. But before that, I don't know if it makes sense to take questions on this part now or just to do it at the end. I'm open to either way.
We'll just take some questions right now if there are any. I think we're all just trying to figure out gap water in our own heads.
Yeah.
Good, thank you. Oh, Director Felt has a question. Amy.
So normally when you have alternatives in an EIS type of setting, it's just an exercise in sort of ways to kind of coherently group different strategies or ideas. But ultimately, the chosen alternative is usually not one of those alternatives in my experience, but it's some sort of a melding of key points from 2 or more alternatives. But there was something said earlier today, I think, that I can't remember who said it. It could have been Lane, but it made me think that they were tending to look at these alternatives more as discrete choices and not so much looking at it as just a way to organize ideas. So I'm just wondering, I may have that wrong, because I can't remember who said it, but could you speak to that a little bit, Amy?
Yeah, thanks, Director Felt. So I think, I guess going back to what Reclamation's ultimate goal is here, and I think frankly, all of our goal is to have a basin states consensus. And I believe what they were trying to do here is throughout the alternatives, maybe not all in one, but put enough options on the table, put enough options on the menu so that you could select a combination maybe of different alternatives and put it together. So that they've done the analysis on a broad range of potential actions. So I think it might be the opposite of what you said. I may have misunderstood what you said, but I think that they're actually what they're trying to do here is to put a broad range of options on the table throughout, mix and match throughout the various alternatives so that the basin states could come to consensus that is within that broad kind of sandbox, if that makes sense.
Are there any more questions for Amy?
Can I just add one thing now that Director Felt is here? You weren't here when I started. I just wanted to say how much I've really enjoyed working with you throughout the years. And I also was thinking this morning about something that you always used to say and you still sometimes say, which is I'm going to ask something. I'm going to say something I shouldn't say. And thinking about like the collective, intake of air that you could hear throughout the room and everyone holding their breath. And then you would almost every time, I feel like it happened a lot of times when I was talking. And you nearly always said the thing that I was thinking and couldn't actually say. And I'm sure that goes for a lot of people in the room. So I've always appreciated your insight and I've really enjoyed working with you.
I've really enjoyed working with you too. And these Colorado River issues, we wish they'd go away, but it's been some of the most interesting things that we've talked about over the last 6 years in my estimation. So I've enjoyed the exercise for sure. Thanks.
All right, Michelle Garrison, CWCB staff for the record, although I'm really starting to consider changing my nickname to like Cassandra or Eeyore. So just so you know, I never talk about anything uplifting these days. Newsflash, it's been really, really dry. So water year 2025 was the 5th driest on record. So Lake Powell released about 3 million more acre feet than came in, and it dropped quite a bit. And we're looking at the same thing again for potentially for water year 2026. And it levels already this low. That means that Lake Powell will enter these new set of guidelines that will start in October 2026 at extremely low levels, which doesn't leave any cushion for anything. But what you see on the screen, a reminder that water year 2025 was really dry and water year 2026 in the middle is below average, not terribly below average. What you'll see in southern Colorado is still that remnant of that October storm that Director Ullman talked about earlier today. But for the most part, it has been dry, and worse than that, it has been terribly, terribly warm. Soil moisture, the worst we've seen was about the fall of 2020, but on the far right, you see again for water year 2026, we're coming in mostly really dry, except for the areas that were hit by that really big event in October. So we're expecting not good runoff from the snowpack that we get, and we also have almost no snowpack. It has been so warm that even places that got close to average precipitation have almost no snowpack. So you'll see on the left-hand side that only some sections of the upper green have a decent amount of snow. Everywhere else is extremely dry. And again, on the right-hand side, you'll notice that this year is now in the black at essentially what reclamation, when we talk about reclamation forecasts, is minimum probable for snowpack, that you would look at the 30 or 35 years in some of these records that they compare them to, and you would be in or below the 10% driest, that they would say you would have a 90% chance of being above where we are now. We are also below where we were at this time last year and where we were at this time in 2021, which was one of our worst runoff years recently. So things are looking exceedingly grim. We have lost over 2 million acre feet of forecasted inflow into Lake Powell in the December plus January forecast put together. And so whatever I showed you in November, we're now 2 million acre feet worse than that, looking at the forecast for Lake Powell. And why is that? And is that just in the upper basin of the Colorado? No, it's not. It has been warm across the entire Intermountain West just all across the West all year. So even places in the Pacific Northwest that have experienced flooding and an extreme amount of precipitation don't have snow. It has been too warm. On the right, you see the departure from normal temperature for the state of Colorado being much more constant and easy to see. We were much, much warmer than we were dry or wet. The precipitation has been in some places close to normal, some places not. But this heat, there is just no snow. And that means that whatever precipitation we have has already run off. The inflows into Powell over the fall weren't as devastating as you would think, but now they're not going to run off in the spring, and the forecasts have been adjusted accordingly. So what does that mean for the Powell runoff forecast? The Powell runoff forecast is now roughly 51% of average, and it may drop again for February 1st. So that's just a little bit above what we received last year. And in terms of climate forecasts, it's just not getting any better. The 6 to 10 day or the out a month or out for the next 3.5 months all show that for the most part, the upper Colorado basin they're more likely to be drier than normal and warmer than normal all the way through May. So throughout the snowpack accumulation season, it's supposed to stay warm and dry. For drought conditions, you can see where were we a year ago on the upper left, and parts of the upper basin were in drought and some weren't. And there were places in the lower basin that were in extreme drought and some in mild drought. Now you see a lot more drought in the upper basin portions. It has gotten significantly worse in certain parts of the upper basin and is expected to continue to get worse. So in terms of the CRISP units, Lake Powell is sitting at 27% full. Blue Mesa is 50% full. If you look on the right, the upper green, you can see those forecasts don't look quite so bad, closer to normal for Flaming Gorge at 80%, not great, but the best on the list. Blue Mesa, 63%, Navajo, 60%, Powell, 57%, and those numbers are dropping. Those numbers have dropped since this was put together January 1st. You'll see at the bottom for Powell only, the updated numbers as of January 15th, we'd already lost another 400,000 acre feet in the forecast, just from a lack of precipitation. So Blue Mesa and Navajo have each lost about another 200,000 acre feet of forecasted inflow. What does that mean at Lake Powell? You can see that now the minimum probable, the red on the right-hand side for Lake Powell looks almost identical to last year. And then the most probable is a little higher and extremely unlikely that we can even get back to normal at this point. What do we have in place in terms of operational forecasts and operational rules for operating Lake Powell? In place through December 2025, we had the 2007 interim guidelines, and those are the results of those guidelines are operating Lake Powell through water year 2026. So that set an annual release of 7.48 million acre feet. We have upper basin and lower basin drought contingency plans. We have the reclamation near-term SEIS and ROD, and we have the minutes with Mexico. Some of those are expiring or just expired. So all of that has to be replaced before we step in October 2026. Drought response operations, the DROA agreement actually expired in December. So it has expired. Something similar needs to come along. So we started DROA discussions back in July. And by December, it was very clear that things were looking dry. And the first activity usually contemplated under a DROA agreement, which is adjusting the monthly releases from Lake Powell. If the deficit is small enough, you can just release less out of Lake Powell early in the season, release more later, and you can hold it until runoff comes. You can keep Lake Powell elevations up until runoff comes. So reclamation is doing that already. But as the forecasts have dropped another 2 million acre feet, that's not enough, not even close to enough. The second activity that would have been looked at under DROA would be increasing releases from the crisp upper initial units within their records of decision. So Flaming Gorge, Aspinall Unit, and Navajo Reservoir all have records of decision that set guidelines for how they operate. They are all tied to things that are specific to that unit, but include considerations for endangered species and other things. And so, for example, at Flaming Gorge, there are, for the different types of years, bands of releases for different time periods of the year, kind of a minimum and maximum. And the recovery programs would like to see flows in that range in that type of year to provide a certain benefit to the endangered species. Really large releases above that would actually be outside of the record of decision. And so trying to work out what's possible, both in terms of impacts, but also staying within those records of decision, that there is not time to, nor interest in opening those up. No, there's no time and no interest in messing with those. So attempting to look at how much water is available, as was done in 2022, while staying within those records of decision. The other separate process that can be looked at to protect Lake Powell infrastructure comes out of the reclamation supplemental EIS and ROD that looked at what happens if we continue to have dry conditions through September of 2026. That allows the annual release from Lake Powell to be reduced to protect critical infrastructure in Lake Powell. The goal for that particular activity is to protect 3,500, 10 feet above minimum power pool. The goal for DROA was to start at 3,525 to keep it more comfortably above 3,500. So DROA, you start doing things around 3,525 because Powell can drop 30 feet in a year. This is targeting 3,500, only leaving yourself another 10 feet before you're at critical elevation. So here's the slide that was put out quite a while ago that reminds us the 600,000 acre feet that were just adjusted within the year from Lake Powell releases. So release less from December through April, release more starting in May when runoff occurs. Ignore the rest of those tables because everything went down 2 million acre feet. But that is already occurring. Reclamation is already doing that. And now that's not going to be enough. And so here we see the operational forecast for Lake Powell, and this diagram is the CRIMS projections. CRIMS is a 2 to 5 year model that Reclamation has that is not used in the January 24-month study. So I'm going to give you some numbers that don't match this. In the January 24-month study, by the time you get to March of 2027, there is a 2.4 million acre foot deficit between where Lake Powell would projected to be and 3,525. There is over a 1 million acre foot deficit between where Lake Powell elevation is projected to be and 3,490 minimum power pool. So we're looking at over 1 million acre feet of deficit just to protect Lake Powell minimum power pool. And so Lake Powell will absolutely drop below 3,525. There is not an ability on the upper initial units to get enough water down to keep Lake Powell above 3,525. It will take a lot of discussions about what a DROA type activity with some sort of agreement could come up with, can do, but it can't do that. It certainly can't do that. And we have to have those, and Reclamation is starting those discussions for the SEIS 6E provisions to reduce Lake Powell annual. So the annual release for Lake Powell was projected to be 7.48 million acre feet last August. It can go down as low as 6 million acre feet try to protect Lake Powell at 3,500. So what you see on this graph is not the 24-month study, which looks worse. If you look at, there are a whole bunch of gray lines. I don't know if I can do anything with that. Yes, I can. All right. And the green line is median. So if we were to get roughly average conditions from today on out, you would get the green line. The minimum probable is the red line. You will see there are years worse than that. But you see a whole bunch of gray lines coming together in late 2026 and kind of flatlining right at 3,500. That is the modeling of in CRIMS, the assumptions they made in CRIMS about what the SEIS could look like. All those gray lines flattening out are their best attempt to protect 3,500. And what you see now in the minimum probable and what you'll see in February worse is it works for quite a few of the traces right now, but it doesn't work for all of them. If we get minimum probable again, which would look like last year volumetrically, if that happens again this year, it's not enough. It doesn't, you can see there are several years that drop below. And so this is the concern. This will be a focus of discussions in terms of what is possible for releases out of the upper initial units and what is possible under the SEIS ROD for reductions of releases out of Lake Powell for water year 2026. In terms of the upper initial units, and I should note there's a big line at September 2026 because that is the end of operations under the 2007 guidelines. So everything to the right of that is conjecture because there will be a new set of rules. But if you look at DROA-like activities, if the drought continues, there would have to be discussions of whether or not it's possible to do the same thing more than 1 year in the next two to 3 years to release again out of those units, which also will be very low under this hydrology. So those are the discussions that folks are needing to have. So you can see it in Lake Mead as well. But you'll note that because of the way the 2007 guidelines work, the range of inflows into Lake Mead is much, much smaller than the giant range of potential inflows into Lake Powell at both the top and bottom ends. And so the impacts at Lake Mead are muted a little bit, but you do see that they will be operating in a level 1 shortage condition this year. And that's kind of all I'm going to say about that because I've talked so long about the horrible hydrology and what it could mean for the upper basin and what it could mean for Lake Powell as it comes into a new set of guidelines. And with that, if there are any questions.
Are there any questions? Director Felt?
Michelle, just there's so many different periods of record for different statistics. So when you said 5th driest on record, what were you referring to? What period of time?
So when I say 5th driest on record, that actually goes back the entire record. That is not 91 to 2020. That's all the way back since the filling of Lake Powell.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
And I would just like to say, Director Felt, it has been such a pleasure, and I would like to thank you for all of your curiosity and all of your great questions. You bring a lot of interest and a lot of curiosity, and you ask really great questions, and we will miss you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and move on to our Species Conservation Trust Fund.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Sorry, let me just adjust it. Kara Shield, for the record, CWCB's Endangered Species Recovery Program Manager. This is agenda item 14, the 2026 Species Conservation Trust Fund eligibility list approval. And this is an action item. So just to provide you all with a little bit of a refresher, the Colorado General Assembly sets forth this fund annually to be used to preserve or improve the natural environment for species that have been listed as threatened or endangered under state or federal law, or are candidate species, or are likely to become candidate species. For that reason, this is a key fund for our recovery efforts across the state, including for the recovery programs that we participate in. Each year, the Executive Director's Office requests recommendations from CWCB staff and board for projects that are eligible to receive funding from the Species Conservation Trust Fund. And if approved by this board, this list will then go to the General Assembly for their review and approval. But before I dive into this year's eligible projects, I thought it'd be fun to do something a little different than I have done in years past, and I'd like to show you all a couple of pictures of projects that were completed using this fund. So this is a new boat ramp that was installed near the town of Rangeley. Previously on the White River, there were long stretches of river that didn't have good access points, which made it difficult for our crews to be able to complete their non-native species removal or perform population estimates. So with the addition of this new boat ramp, crews no longer have to motor through 6.5 miles of river to get to where they want to go. So this was a great project that was completed. This is the Williams Ditch on the Yampa River, just above the town of Hayden. This project was completed this year in partnership with the Nature Conservancy. The project improved water delivery for irrigation while also addressing some environmental concerns that are in this important zone for both state species of special concern and the threatened and endangered species. Originally, we started this project in 2019. And it encountered a couple of hiccups in the high water year of 2023 on the Yampa River, but through the dedicated work contributed by the Nature Conservancy and their partners, we were able to wrap up Species Conservation Trust Fund funding to this project this past spring. Then finally, SCTF funds helped to purchase this flashy new trailer that's used by CPW crews during stocking and canal salvage activities. And you can see the trailer and crews in action on the picture on the right here. So I thought this would be kind of fun because I'm hoping that somebody catches it driving down I-70 and you can recognize that this fund helped to pay for that. So those are just a couple of the projects that are completed. That's obviously not the entire list, but I thought it's just kind of nice for you all to see what this fund goes towards. So moving on to our 26-27 recommendations. This year, the Executive Director's Office will be requesting in total $5 million for the Species Conservation Trust Fund. And this fund will be split evenly between CPW and CWCB, with CWCB potentially receiving up to $2.5 million. This year's staff recommendation for the expenditure of that $2.5 million are, as you see on the screen, and are outlined in the memo to allocate between 3 different projects: the Upper Colorado and San Juan River Recovery Programs, the Rio Grande Native Fish Protection and Habitat Improvement, and the Selenium Management Program. So staff recommendation is on the screen, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Director Camblin?
On the selenium thing, what basins, are you looking at all basins or what basins are you looking at?
That program is focused in the Gunnison River. It's actually a part of the Gunnison River programmatic biological opinion as one of the conservation actions for the recovery program. And so it's been ongoing for several years now. And at this point, they are largely in a monitoring and research phase for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, you have the staff recommendation before you. I'll entertain a motion. Thank you, Director Camblin. And second by Director Vasquez or Vice Chair Vasquez. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we're going to go ahead and move on to our Bear Creek reallocation update.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Eric Sky, CWCB staff. I know the agenda says interstate, federal, and water information, and the presentation here says watershed and flood protection. Well, they've been unable to backfill my old position, and so hopefully that will be happening soon, and Amy and Emily can talk to me again. But I'm here this afternoon talking to you about the Bear Creek Lake reallocation project. It has been a while since we've had an update on this. We were scheduled to have an update in November, and you're going to find out in this presentation why it was rescheduled to today. But I want you to know that there are two aspects to this project. First and foremost, a reallocation feasibility study, taking a look at the dam as it exists, seeing if we could store some more water behind that dam for water supply or not, and still maintain its original and intended purpose of flood mitigation. Second part of that is a potential water rights application. I'm not going to be touching on that as much today because there's a lot of information that needs to fall into place before we can move forward on that. So, it's been a minute since I've chatted with y'all about this. I believe 2021 was the last time we had an update. Director Johnson was a staff member back at the time. So to orient you all on where we're talking about, Bear Creek Lake sits on C470 and 285 in southwest Lakewood, Colorado. It's this lovely little park that you see right here. So the land itself is owned by the Army Corps of Engineers. The property is leased by City of Lakewood and managed for a recreational park. So just wanted to give you all knowledge of where it is. So let's talk about the dam itself and why we've been potentially taking a look at this. Now, these are old volume numbers, just to give you that caveat right now, but the elevations are correct. So right now, we're only allowed to store water up to the elevation of 5,559 feet. That translates to roughly 1,933 acre feet. That's all we're legally allowed to store. But if we take a look at where the spillway sits, it's at 5,657 feet. So quite a significant difference there where the spillway sits. All the way to the crest of the dam, 5,690 feet elevation. So we're looking at about an 80-foot dam from the very bottom to the very top. Lots of capacity for flood mitigation, as was its initial purpose. Lots of room. So let's go through the history. This dam was part of the Tri-Lakes project. Bear Creek Lake was authorized with Cherry Creek and Chatfield for flood mitigation in the metropolitan area. Construction of the dam was completed in 1977. Fast forward quite a few years to May 2015. Army Corps of Engineers was in the middle of a reconnaissance study where they were taking a look at their facilities, seeing if it was possible to maintain flood mitigation at their facilities while storing more water for water supply. They approached the CWCB and said, we think that we might be able to store an additional 20,000 acre foot and still maintain the flood mitigation purpose. Well, come November of 2015, CWCB board approved $2.5 million for the CWCB to get into a cost share agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers to study whether or not that 20,000 acre foot would actually be feasible. The feasibility study I'm informing you all about today. Come March 2016, we also had this idea of potentially filing for a junior water right along with the study. So the idea being we would have folks come in as potential participants, potentially provide them with some junior water if they wanted to be involved in this project. In March of 2016, the board declared its intent to appropriate a 20,000 acre foot storage right. Again, there's a lot of work that must go into that, so that's pretty much all I'm going to be saying as far as the storage right for now. So August 2019, there's a big gap there, about 3 years. What happened was the Corps realized that the secondary embankment of the reservoir itself might have some safety issues. So they had to go back and study that before we felt comfortable moving forward with a cost share agreement. This was supposed to be a $3 million study over 3 years. It is currently 2026. I'll let you do the math on that. But in 2019, we executed the cost share agreement, $1.5 million coming from CWCB, $1.5 million from the Army Corps of Engineers to study the feasibility of storing more water behind the dam. That $3 million is important and it will come into play later. But first, in October of 2019, we assembled a scoping team that consisted of City of Lakewood staff, CWCB staff, Division of Water Resources, and a local water quality division, Bear Creek Watershed Association, to talk about what alternatives should be examined in this feasibility study. And I'll get into that in just a moment. But during that study, it also came to light that Division of Water Resources was not happy with the way the Army Corps was conducting their hydrology, and they needed to conduct a risk assessment downstream anyways, just to see if it would even be possible to do this study. So we put a pause. We had just signed the cost share agreement and we said, whoa, hold on a sec. You got to sort these things out before we're willing to spend money on you. 2 years go by. They found that there was not going to be any additional risk for up to 20,000 acre foot, and they came to an agreement with DWR on how to go about doing the hydrology for this study. So we cautiously resumed. Now, in August of 2021, CWCB and the Corps, we held our second scoping team meeting. This is where we really started to narrow down some alternatives to present to the public. We did that later in October of 2021. We held a virtual public meeting because if you recall, 2021 was prime COVID era and we could only do virtual meetings at the time. So we held this virtual meeting. There were well over 200 people in attendance that provided public comment during that meeting. A lot of opposition, and I will get into that later as well. But there were some good things that came out of that scoping meeting, including the alternatives that are in your memo here today. Fast forward to September 2025. A lot of time had passed, but the Corps was still working diligently behind the scenes, trying to come up with different volumes to take a look at and further investigate. A lot of the things that they were looking at was the cost per acre foot, the total upfront cost for the project, and they were slowly behind the scenes eliminating some stuff just based on cost alone. We didn't get those updates until September of 2025, which is why we were originally going to come to you in November. Well, midway through the Shoshone hearing at the November board meeting, I received an email from the Army Corps of Engineers. They're not getting any additional funding. You see, somewhere between 2021 and 2025, the Corps realized that this study was actually going to cost way more and take a lot more time than they initially projected. So they were thinking it was going to be a $6 million study over 6 years. We were not willing to put any more money towards this until we had a draft feasibility study in hand showing that something might be feasible. So when we got that email in November of no additional funds are coming, we had to figure out what that meant. And I'm pleased to say we did figure that out. And again, I will get into that later, but I really wanted to give everyone the history of this project to date so that you have that context as I'm going through. All right, so let's talk about the alternatives real quick. Let's back up for a second. So after that public scoping meeting, as I said, we got a lot of comments and feedback on that meeting, and these are the alternatives that are being examined in this feasibility study. Number one, no change, self-explanatory. Number two, we've got increased reservoir capacity and normal operating pool up to 20,000 acre foot. Now, this is more structural modifications to the dam. We're talking excavation of sediment from the reservoir. We're talking about excavating 4 bays upstream in order to get more capacity behind the dam. Not necessarily reallocating the space, but trying to build something that could accommodate space. Alternative number 3, that is reallocating the existing space as it stands. So that flood control zone above that 5,559 foot elevation, and then reallocating the multi-purpose zone. Something I forgot to mention was in that multi-purpose zone, you'll notice that they only allow storage for wildlife, fish, and recreation. Those are the only 3 uses that they're currently allowing behind the dam. So that alternative 3 is taking a look at that, seeing if that could be shifted to a conservation zone is what they call it, which is water supply. Alternative number 4, the operational changes and increase of the normal pool is also structural modifications to the dam. Things like lowering the spillway, widening the spillway, and modifying the outlet works. There would also be a potential to modify the current reservoir water control plan and the Tri-Lakes system regulations. So trying to work with the other 2 reservoirs within the system, see if we could get some more yield out of this. And number 5, the non-structural, that's really talking more about downstream modifications. Are there any structures that could be flood-proofed or moved to decrease any sort of flood consequences? So now we're at that September 2025 where we got some preliminary estimates of the different volumes that they're studying. Now you'll notice that this table only goes to 6,000 acre foot. And I'd been saying 20,000 acre foot before. You'll remember I also mentioned that they had been working behind the scenes and talking about the costs. You see, 6,000 acre foot is where on-site mitigation is no longer possible. When we get into the off-site mitigation territory, costs blew up exponentially. So the Corps decided that that 6,000 acre foot was the highest that they could go and it still be feasible given other storage projects that are happening in the South Platte. That 6,000 is what made it competitive. I would like to note that this cost per acre foot is absolutely preliminary. We actually contracted with Brown and Caldwell back in November to basically double check the Army Corps' math on all of this and really get us an idea of what the yield is, because that cost per acre foot of yield not the cost per acre foot, which is what you're seeing here, is the make or break for potential participants. Now, due to the Corps' funding issues, that email I received back in November, only alternative 1 can be completed. So with the 3 million that we currently have for the study, 1.5 CWCB, 1.5 Army Corps of Engineers, the Corps believes that they'll be able to go through the entire environmental assessment process for the 300 acre foot alternative. If we were to go any higher, the Corps would not be willing to entertain outside funding. That is what they have expressed to us. So right now, we're really only talking about that alternative 1, 300 acre foot. I discussed with our participants back in November which of the 2 alternatives they would like us to further investigate, again, before I got that email. And all of our participants, potential participants, were saying the 300 acre foot and the 6,000 acre foot. Now that the 6,000 is off the table, we're going to be revisiting those conversations once we have that dollar per acre foot of yield. All of our participants are up to date on what has been going on. They know that the 300 is the only alternative that's being investigated at the moment. So just wanted to let you know that they are all aware of that. What does 300 acre foot look like? Well, it's that blue line that kind of overlaps with the black line within Bear Creek Reservoir itself. It only adds 6 total surface acres to what currently exists. Our current storage pool, that 1,933, surface acreage of around 110 acres. That additional 300 acre foot would bring our storage volume up to 2,233 surface acres, 116. For reference, I did want to include the September 2013 flood in there because that has been the largest on record for this lake volume that has been in there, and that was a whopping 415 acres, and that's that red line. So you can see just how shallow this reservoir is on the upstream side. All right, I've been talking about our potential participants for a while. So who are they? We have City of Brighton, Evergreen Metro, Foothills Parks and Rec, and Hidden Valley. We also set aside an environmental pool. This was through discussions with CPW. We've been talking with them for quite a while. It was something that came out of the Chatfield project where they wanted to make sure that they were in as soon as we began this whole process. So we've been chatting with them for a long time, discussing about this potential environmental pool. You'll notice I don't have volumes. The reason behind that, we don't have that firm yield dollar figure, and we're only talking about 300 acre foot. So the volumes that we had before no longer necessarily in play. I didn't want to put those up there and kind of confuse the issue. Again, we've contracted with Brown and Caldwell, so they're going to be working with the Corps of Engineers on that yield number and trying to really figure out what this is going to look like. But once we get that number, we'll be reaching out to all the folks on that list, seeing if they're still interested, what they would be interested in. One other thing I wanted to mention here real quick, that single asterisk means that yes, they own local senior water, but would be interested in a junior water. Double asterisk means they have their own water. They don't need ours. Just wanted to make that distinction as well. So back to our public comment. We've been collecting public comment since that October 21 public scoping meeting, and it has been mostly negative. As of March of 2025, we had 528 public comments, I believe. We've been getting a few ever since then, but the Corps does incorporate all of the public comments into their decision-making and into this study. So for the folks who are listening online or in the room here, I just want to reiterate that point. We are still accepting public comment. We are still listening to it, and it is still going to be incorporated into the Army Corps' final analysis there. One other thing I want to point out is this is not necessarily required, but I think you can tell from the folks behind me that it's something I strongly feel we need to do, which is once we have this tentatively selected plan put in place, the firm yield numbers, all that, is hold another public scoping meeting, inform the local folks where we're at with this study, and get some more public comments. So that's something that I feel very strongly about, and it's, yeah. So that will be coming early 2026. I know we're already in February of 2026, but again, trying to backfill my old position, and we're waiting on some firm yield numbers and all that. So that's a very speculative timeline. I just ask that folks be patient. That opportunity will come. If you want to submit public comment, there's the email address right there. John Shellman is always accepting more public comment. You can also go to cwcb.colorado.gov/Bear Creek Lake. There's another email address there to submit public comment. And once again, I said this already, but I cannot reiterate this enough. all these values are preliminary and may change. I feel like every time I've come up here, I've said one thing, the numbers have changed, the timelines have changed, everything is preliminary. Nothing is set in stone. So I really wanted to reiterate that point. Our next immediate steps. Corps is not receiving any additional funds. We're going to have to make do with the current cost share agreement, 1.5 from the Corps, 1.5 from CWCB. That means 300 acre foot. So we're going to continue to work with the Army Corps of Engineers. We're going to continue to work with Brown and Caldwell, our potential participants, and the stakeholders that we're going to be speaking today to really work on this study and nail things down. We're going to hold that public meeting once we have some information to share and once we're able to do so. And then for the water rights component, all those numbers need to come into place. We need to make sure that our stakeholders are comfortable with the numbers that are there. And then we can begin that process. But we will absolutely continue to work with the AG's office and the potential participants on that. It just, a lot of things have to fall into place first. So with that, it has been a decade in just about 20 minutes. Any questions?
Are there any questions?
Just a comment.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
I'm sure I'm not alone. I love to read nonfiction. Lots of my friends and family think reading only means fiction, but if you were the voice on audiobooks, I think I could convince them to read nonfiction.
I know, I was feeling like I was on a game show. Okay, are there any more comments or questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to, we can move on to public comment?
Yep.
Okay, I have a few people have signed up for public comment, and first I have Chris Wolf.
Thank you, everybody. Chair and board. I'm the mayor of Morrison, Chris Wolf. Proud to be here, glad to be here. I know what it's like to sit where you guys are. It's a little more nerve-wracking on this side of the table, believe it or not. I don't do this very often, but I do have a comment for you. And it's the town of Morrison is, very glad to be here, but you're going to hear a lot of data, a lot of numbers. And I got some data for you that you can't measure. And you're like, a data that you can't measure. We love this park. We love and care about this park. And I'm going to read something to you real quick, but I want you, that's the one point to get along with or to take home with you is to remember that we love this park. We like the way it is. We like minimal change. We're not opposed to change. We just are what the minimal is possible. The town of Morrison borders Bear Creek Lake Park. Many of the residents in this park visit it on a regular basis. I'm one of them. It enhances the quality of life and property values, of course. As well, park visitors often patronize Morrison. They come to our restaurants, they support our town. During the feasibility study, Town of Morrison trustees unanimously approved the resolution expressing the town's opposition to a large reallocation of Bear Creek Reservoir, and in favor of an alternative water source that would allow for preservation of Bear Creek Lake Park. The town also submitted as an EIS scoping comment to the Corps of Engineers, which detailed numerous concerns associated with the large reallocation of the reservoir. These concerns include the riparian habitat, the ecosystems, the social well-being of the town and of the park, pool elevation fluctuation, flood control, water quality, environmental justice, recreation, and economic impact. Morrison appreciates the CWCB work and your thoughtful assessment of this matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Katie Gill.
Just want to make sure I can advance these. Good afternoon. I'm Katie Gill, Director of Save Bear Creek Lake Park. Unlike Mr. Felt, I really hope I don't say anything I shouldn't. We value CWCB's mission of safeguarding Colorado's water future. and we really appreciate this opportunity to comment. Save Bear Creek Lake Park is organized and motivated. We represent a large community of passionate supporters, and we strongly support Alternative 1, the 300 acre-feet reallocation preferred by the Army Corps of Engineers, which could offer water storage to 3 local providers. On the other hand, we strongly oppose the 6,000 acre-feet alternative, and we're so pleased that Alternative 1 is preferred at this time. But we'd like to share our concerns with the other levels that were most recently still noted as under investigation. There's a high environmental cost to a large reallocation. Grasslands, wetlands, and riparian habitats all along the Front Range are being threatened or destroyed. This park is the most intact such area along the edge of the Denver metro region and is vital for both year-round and migrating wildlife. Riparian areas comprise less than 2% of Colorado, yet they support the highest density and abundance of plants and animals. The forests along Bear and Turkey Creeks provide critical habitat and myriad ecosystem services, such as carbon sequestration and temperature regulation. These forests should be preserved, not destroyed. They support Colorado Water Plan actions for thriving watersheds. As noted in the Corps' review, an additional 6,000 acre-feet would have a high wetland riparian impact, as significant lengths of Bear and Turkey Creek would be lost. Thousands of trees currently stand within that inundation area. As you can see in this image, Alternative 5 would inundate 1 mile of stream and nearly 200 acres of parkland. An additional 6,000 acre-feet would raise the normal pool elevation by approximately 33 feet. For comparison, the 20,000 acre-feet addition at Chatfield Reservoir directly corresponds to only 12 vertical feet of pool rise. Bear Creek Lake Park is 1/3 the size of Chatfield and has much less capacity to absorb inundation extents and mudflats associated with annual fluctuations of the pool. There's also a high social cost to a large reallocation. Bear Creek Lake Park is critical to many thousands of people who rely on it for health and well-being. A 300 acre-feet addition allows the park to continue supporting the water plan's goals for vibrant communities. Being close to the metro area and offering affordable, accessible terrain to a wide variety of users, the park hosts over 800,000 visits each year. The City of Lakewood's assessment identified specific and significant recreational impacts of various reallocation levels. An additional 6,000 acre-feet would inundate miles of forested shady trails, the most cherished portion of the park for those seeking natural refuge. Inside these riparian corridors, traffic noise is replaced with the sounds of flowing water, singing birds, and hooting owls as cool breezes move along the creeks. This is not just poetic hyperbole. The core of the park immerses people in the natural world. It cannot be mitigated with new trails sandwiched between a larger pool and surrounding roads and highways. The preferred alternative preserves the heart and lungs of this park. We are hopeful it will become the selected alternative and stand ready to oppose any further considerations of a larger reallocation. Dozens of elected officials from all levels of government have visited the site with us. The City of Lakewood also issued a proclamation supporting Save Bear Creek Lake Park, and the town of Morrison adopted a resolution opposing a significant reallocation. Let's lead with conservation and utilize alternatives that are less destructive and more sustainable. Resilient planning suggests further investigation of the non-federal alternatives listed in the Corps' review. Finally, at the recent C9 summit, Chair Cloud spoke of water as a relative, not just a resource. This kinship is why we are fighting for Bear and Turkey Creeks. Thank you so much for your thoughtful consideration and service.
Thank you. And then we have Jean Reed on virtual.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
They should be able to hear you.
What about this thing?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Gene Reeds.
I've been a Colorado resident off and on for over 70 years. My academic and professional background is in hydrology and water resources. And my comments are based on what I knew at the time, but I really appreciate the update from Eric in terms of the history and kind of what's going on right now. There are 2 points that I would like to touch on regarding the proposed Bear Creek reallocation project. First are the adverse impacts of reallocation on Bear Creek Lake Park itself, and secondly, on project yield. In terms of impacts, the project could have a devastating environmental impacts, especially on the cottonwood gallery forests along the creeks. The magnitude of these impacts depends on the volume of the proposed storage. Clearly, the greater the storage, the greater the impacts. The cottonwood forest, gallery forests are critical for many types of wildlife, and because of the shade they provide, they're often locations for recreation facilities such as picnic areas. The Colorado Parks and Wildlife estimates that over 70% of Colorado's wildlife use these riparian systems as part of their life cycle. Furthermore, the Colorado Natural Heritage Program identifies cottonwood gallery forest ecosystems as critically endangered. And I think to get a perspective on the potential impacts of the reallocation project, I would encourage you to visit Chatfield State Park, where you will see many of the tree stumps that were once a very viable and valuable cottonwood forest. You got one image of that in one of Katie's presentations. And as you look at what happens at Chatfield State Park, also look at what's being done to supposedly mitigate these adverse impacts. My second point is that of project yield. In the morning, I did a very quick web search on estimates of project yield from surface water resources. I'd like to take a quote of what I read. Quote, yield is used to characterize the capacity of a water source to serve a long-term water supply. It is a fundamental water supply planning concept, and understanding of its attributes is critical for those who participate in water supply issues. In the context of surface water resources, yield is often synonymous with safe yield or firm yield. Firm yield or safe yield is usually calculated based on a number of factors, including but not limited to storage, stream flow, water rights, evaporation, etc. And I should note in an article published in Science in 2008 titled Stationarity is Dead, Wither Water Management, and it cautioned that as a result of multiple factors, primarily climate change, data from the past may not be a good predictor of the future. And specific to the Bear Creek reallocation project, I've not been able to find any determination of either the safe or firm yield for the various storage alternatives. Now, based on what Eric said earlier, that may now be available, but at the time I really couldn't find anything. And I think it's really critical to determine what the safe yield and the firm yield of the various alternatives are. And I think this project to some extent goes beyond Bear Creek reallocation and is critical to proposed water supply projects throughout the state. I think the Colorado State Water Plan is a commendable effort, but it seems to focus largely on storage. And again, project yield is really a critical factor. So I guess in summary, I would encourage you to visit Bear Creek Lake Park and also Chatfield State Park and compare the two sites. I also request that you would require a determination of safe or firm yield for all proposed water supply projects. And I guess I would like to end with one of my favorite quotes regarding water, and this is from John F. Kennedy, quote, anyone who can solve the problems of water will be worthy of 2 Nobel Prizes, one for peace and one for science, end quote. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody that signed up for public comment. And I really appreciate what was said right for the update as well. And so we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break and return back here at, what is that? 3:35? Math is hard. It is.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on. Next, we have informational update, agricultural water protection, water rights. So I'll turn it over to Northland.
Thank you. Northland CWCB staff for the record. I have Tracy Kozlov here from the Division of Water Resources. She is going to help present with me today. So today we're going to cover sort of introduction and schedule for updating the Ag Water Protection Program criteria and guidelines. Tracy will do an overview of the Ag Power, Ag Water Protection Water Right, talk about the comment period findings and water court proceedings update. And then I'll dive in more to talking about the updated criteria and guidelines and what the CWCB's role is in that. So you're going to see these acronyms a lot. So I just wanted to pause here and make sure to clarify so you could follow the presentations a little better. So Ag Power is the Agricultural Water Protection Water Right. That's more of the Division of Water Resources domain, and Tracy's going to talk all about that, so you will understand that soon. The Ag Water Protection Program is more CWCB's domain, and that is why we are here today, is to start talking about the update to the criteria and guidelines. So why are we here today? So in 2016, the legislature agreed that we would allow ag water protection water rights. So 10 years later, we're here talking about an update to the criteria and guidelines because a couple of years ago, the Colorado River Drought Task Force decided that one of their recommendations was to expand the use of Ag Power from just Divisions 1 and 2 to statewide. So that's why we're here. And the thought behind that, I believe, is that they wanted to offer the West Slope another tool for protecting agricultural water use, and also a thought that water court in Divisions 1 and 2 might be a little bit more challenging than perhaps water court elsewhere in the state. And if we can get someone else to try this, to be the first to try it, maybe more folks will be willing to go forth. So I think, yeah, so today I'm gonna show you some of my recommended updates to the criteria and guidelines, but there's not gonna be a decision today. I'm open to your feedback today and for the next couple of months. I would suggest coming back in March to make a vote on the criteria and guidelines, but if there's substantial changes that you all recommend, we could go out further than that. Okay, Tracy, here you go.
Hi, everybody. Tracy Kozlov, Deputy State Engineer for the record. Make sure. Great. So I'm going to go over, well, what is an ag water protection water right, and also the process that the State Engineer's Office has been going through for the last year or so to broaden ag water protection water right from just Divisions 1 and 2 to statewide. As Nora mentioned, it's also probably worth stressing, like Nora said, nobody's actually done ag water protection water right yet, even though it's been in the law since 2016. So ag water protection water right is a special type of water right in the vein of alternative transfer methods, what we used to call alternative transfer methods, more commonly now water sharing agreements, but This was something the legislature put in place as a tool to avoid that permanent dry up of ag land. So what it does, or what it allows, is a water user could decree the historical consumptive use of an irrigation water right. And the use of that changed water is flexible from year to year after that decree. That changed use isn't actually identified in the decree. It's actually applied for later through a substitute water supply plan. And so those changed uses can actually vary from year to year in the future after the decree's been entered by the water court. Another unique thing about ag water protection water right is that only half of that water can be used for the changed purpose. And the other half, the balance that you're not going to use for the changed purpose, needs to stay in irrigation on the land. So here's a bit of a visual of what the steps in the process might look like. Your starting point is an irrigation water right. Then water user decides if they want to do this, they're going to apply to the water court for an ag power change of water right. In the water court process, they're going to decree and quantify the historic use, and they're going to identify protective terms and conditions in that water court decree. After you get that decree, nothing needs to happen right away. But when the water user does have an identified change purpose that they want to use that half of the water for, they apply to the state engineer's office for a substitute water supply plan. That substitute water supply plan identifies the new changed use. They can use half of that water. And that SWSP is probably going to apply additional terms and conditions so that that operation is going to prevent injury to other water users. The last piece of that is that you're going to be in some type of program that's going to maintain that ongoing irrigation on the land. CWCB's program that Nora is going to talk about more is one method to oversee that ongoing irrigation of that water that's not used for the change purpose. So as I mentioned, there's basically two ways that one could go in terms of managing the ongoing irrigation of that water not used for the change purpose. There's a short list of the types of programs that water users could be enrolled in, different types of conservation programs for the land that's going to continue to be irrigated. The other way is CWCB's Ag Water Protection Program, and Nora will go over that in detail. So here's an example of what this might look like. This very basic example, we've got a 240-acre farm that's irrigated. And this landowner and water right owner applies to the water court, and they're going to decree the historic consumptive use of this water right. So just very round numbers here, perhaps the historic consumptive use was 6 acre feet or 6 CFS out of the 10 CFS. The return flows are going to be the balance of that 4 CFS. And so the numbers about the historic consumptive use are going to be decreed by the water court. Then later, when that new use is identified, half of that consumptive use can go to the new use that's identified. And as is common for changes of water right, be them permanent or temporary, like this substitute water supply plan, in order to prevent injury to other water users, the return flows are going to have to be maintained under that new use. So the SWSP is going to have terms and conditions about how the return flows are going to be maintained when that water is used for its new purpose. And that last part is that they're going to need to be in some type of program that's going to oversee the ongoing irrigation of that water that's not used for its change purpose. Something unique in the bill that led to ag water protection water right is a limitation. So ag power SWSPs cannot facilitate the diversion of water between water divisions by direct diversion, exchange, replacement, or other means. So you can't use an ag power SWSP to facilitate water transfers between divisions. I think that's it's pretty broad language, but it's going to limit the type of activities that an ag power could allow. So what does the timeline look like? So as many of you know, when you apply to make a change of use in the water court, it takes a while. So I'm not even going to put an estimated timeline on how long it might take somebody to get a decree in the water court. But they're going to go through that water court process for some length of time. And then eventually they'll probably obtain a lease for that change use. And then go ahead and apply to the state engineer for a substitute water supply plan for half of that water. Usually we process those applications in about 3 months and issue an approval for an ag water protection water right, SWSP. You can operate that SWSP for 1 year. Something, and that's typical of other types of substitute water supply plans that we approve at the state engineer's office. Something unique is that for ag power, you don't need to do another complete application to get another second and third year of operation. You just have to ask for it with a letter to the state engineer's office, and then we can issue a second year approval and a third year approval. If you wanted to do that same operation for a 4th year, you would need to submit an application again, and we could go through that approval process again. You know, you don't have to follow this same operation year after year. You could apply for a different type of use with that changed water. There's a number of opportunities for other water users to provide input on this process. You could become a party to the water court case. Water users are going to get notification through the SWSP notification list of the SWSP application. And so water users can provide comments to the state engineer's office at that time before the approval. And there's a unique opportunity as well. State engineer has to issue basically a tentative approval and wait a short period of time for water users to provide any other comments that they want to make before that approval becomes final. Here's a larger scale example. So you could have a group of water users under maybe a ditch company apply all together to change the use of their water on a number of different farms. So here's an example where they're doing that together. And you know, there can be some economies of scale when water users join together to do an application to the water court. There's also some additional flexibility for ag power that I'll touch on if you're in a ditch company. Otherwise, it's not going to be too much different from what I've already said. They're going to change the use of half of the water from these farms that are circled in yellow, and then probably dry up half the lands so that that water can go to the changed purpose, and then continue to use half of the water on the lands as well. The unique thing about a ditch system is that the water not being leased can be used not only on the historical property, but on another property served by the same ditch system. So again, if you're in that, if you're in a ditch and you're doing this together, you have a little more flexibility for the land you're going to identify to continue irrigating. Oops. Oh, I think I skipped forward a little. Let me get back to where I was. Sorry about that. Okay, so the state engineer's office has been going through a stakeholder process for about the last year, and that's because we have a set of rules that govern the SWSP program. Those rules were only applicable in divisions 1 and 2. So we've been stakeholding around the state for about the past year. And so gathered some feedback. We didn't have to make very many changes to our set of rules because we're pretty much just changing not just divisions 1 and 2, but statewide. We did get some feedback that we could kind of expand one rule that suggested full dry up would be required on the lands where the water is being removed. And we had some stakeholders suggest that we allow some flexibility so that people might rotate those acres or have some alternative irrigation methods. And so we've brought in that language in the particular rule, saying these things are fine so long as you can show no injury to other water users, essentially. So our next steps for those SWSP rules are that the AG's office will be filing those rules in the water court. They're going to be filed in all 7 of the water courts. And then eventually we'll request that they be consolidated to Division 1 for the Division 1 judge to basically finalize those rules and make them effective. So that process will take us a couple months to go through that process. It's probably worth pointing out when the state engineer files rules in the water court, it's not like other type of water court applications where water users might negotiate to adjust to decree language that they like and are comfortable with. We don't have the ability to adjust our rules. The rules that we're filing in the water courts are the rules we're asking the judge to make effective for us. So there's not going to be the ability to change the wording of the rules through this process. And now I'll turn over to Nora.
We have one question by Director Vasquez.
Yes, if I might ask, you said at the outset that nobody has yet exercised this. Could you give us some examples of why a right owner would go to the expense of engaging in this? What is the alternative uses that draw them to do that?
Thank you, Director Vasquez. So why might somebody want to do this? Yeah. I mean, I think somebody might want to do this because it gives them a great deal of flexibility. Once you've gone to the court and you've decreed that historic consumptive use, that's going to be fixed and you will know the quantity of water that you might be able to lease to somebody else. You'd also know what your return flow obligations are going to be. So there'd be, there's some good certainty in having that quantification. And then the SWSP process is, in water terms, relatively quick, and that you could apply and have an approval for a changed use within a couple months. So you're going to know that quantification, and then you're going to have basically a flexible chunk of water that if somebody comes to you willing to maybe pay you quite a bit of money or for some other reason, you have a quantified amount of water that you could use for another use.
Yeah. So they'd have to balance what they could get financially from what it costs them to go do that. What I'm confused about is I thought there was a desire to keep the water on the land. And so I'm a little confused.
Okay.
So help me understand that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so I guess the flip side of that is that half of the water needs to stay in irrigation on the land. So if you're just one farm, it needs to stay on the farm that it was quantified from. If it's in a ditch system, it has to stay within that ditch system. So, that's why it was an alternative transfer method at the time, because you can't just fully dry the land. You have to keep half of that land in irrigation. So does that answer the question?
I think so.
Okay.
We have a few more. So Director Wind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tracy. Situations where the dried up land can move. Could you talk a little bit about, in some instances, if there's a conservation easement on the land that remains productive, that could not be the case. Is that true? That's what my mind tells me. And in addition to that is if lands do rotate, does that require, I assume that requires changes to the SWSP for the subsequent year? True.
Yeah, thank you for your questions. So I'm not an expert on conservation easements, but I do understand that some of them are put in place with the requirement that the water stay on the land, that those water rights stay with the land. So potentially, if you have a conservation easement on your property, you might not be able to do an ag power because your goal would be to lease half that water to some other use, but maybe your conservation easement requires that water to stay on the land.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I was thinking about once you enact, or at the same time you're enacting this, would one option be that the producer, the landowner puts a conservation easement on that portion that's to be maintained in agriculture, which would then limit the ability to rotate that parcel? Could you envision it playing out that way?
Could you ask that a different way, Director?
I'm thinking about that preservation of the lands that's
The methods.
will continue to be irrigated as it historically has been and how that's protected. And I read through here conservation easements from time to time, whether in fact that would be a required tool to protect that other half of the farm, as you described,
Okay.
or can it be other means? And again, I'm linking it to, if it is, then that tells me that one cannot rotate lands on their farm because they've got that portion of the farm kind of locked up in perpetual production.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. So there's a couple different methods of overseeing that half of the farm under ongoing irrigation. One of them is a conservation easement. So I think you're thinking about it right, that if your method of overseeing that ongoing irrigation is a conservation easement that requires water to stay on like that half of the farm, that you wouldn't be able to rotate it. I think that's probably true. Another method that Nora's going to talk about further is follows CWCB's criteria and guidelines, Ag Water Protection Program, and maybe she can speak to if she sees that as limiting the ability to rotate.
Director Campbell next.
I've got a lot of questions, but I'll I'll get a hold of her on that later. But the one that kind of comes up on my mind, and maybe you can explain a little better, is and I think I've seen that slide buzz through there, but I guess what concerns me about deals like this, I'm for them, but I'm also concerned about water speculation. And so with that being said, did I see that there's like 4 separate groups that they have to go through to get into this? Did I see that slide?
Thanks for the question. I did breeze over the slide that covered the different ways to oversee the ongoing irrigation, and it did have 4 bullets on it. Is this the slide you're mentioning?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so I just kind of jumped right past this. I could spend a minute on it.
I guess what I was coming through is on water speculation or whatever. What would one of these 5 groups, I guess, or whatever, would they be able to control the amount of money that the water's going for, or would there be like a set price per acre foot, or I guess where I'm concerned is this rich guy comes in and buys a place and offers a ton of money for the guy down the road or whatever, and I don't know, I just see that changing the dynamics of ag a little bit. Water speculation is my concern, and I just got to wrap my head around that a little bit. So if one of you guys could call me later and explain what your thoughts are there, where the money comes from, and is there a cap and that kind of thing.
I mean, I'd be happy to spend a minute on that. I don't want to take too much time.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
And maybe I could just clarify this slide. So the bill that passed in 2016, it said for that half of the land that remains in irrigation, that land needs to either be under a program like one of the ones on the bullets here. So like Colorado Conservation Easement Program or Fish and Wildlife Service Easement Program, needs to apply on the half of the land that's going to remain in irrigation. And the legislature, I think, just considered that would be a reasonable method to ensure that irrigation continues to occur on that half of the land. And then the other method is what Nora's going to talk about, CWCB's program.
Okay.
it's maybe worth considering that to the extent the requirement that half the land stay in irrigation might maybe would chill the concept of, speculation, because half of that farm needs to stay irrigated. It's not all going to be dried up. But just the concept of speculation is on point for ag, water protection, water right, because one doesn't need to know what they're going to do with half the water at the time of the change of water right. This is the only kind of change of water right that's like that. Every other change of water right, you need to know at the time you're applying what you're going to use that water for, what the change purpose will be. So that's the unique thing about ag powers. You don't need to know. So there's no cap on dollars, because this is just, if you're going to lease that half of the water to somebody, that's going to be just a transaction between those parties. There's no legal limit on what that might be. So.
Okay. Thanks for that. And then that clarified, the bullet points on I missed that, so I'm glad you went back to that. So
Yeah.
thanks. I appreciate
bet.
it.
Thank you, Director Combs.
Tracy, sir, you're gonna be up there for a while, sorry. So I want to applaud this whole concept, because I think as we look at Colorado's water and some of the flexibility we're gonna have to start embracing is gonna be some of these uncomfortable places. The one thing I have a question about is, I see, am I correct in assuming in what's in the red letters there, it doesn't require only a conservation easement, just some kind of conservation program by an eligible entity? And the reason I ask is, for in the Rio Grande, I think the legs under this program are ag to ag, right? And so if that new use allows ag to ag, when you're asking who would want this, if I could do preempt the HCU, then my ditch company, rather than sign a forbearance agreement where they get paid for the water, my individual shareholders could lease out water and get paid instead of the ditch company getting paid, right? They do the dry up, they do the thing, and this facilitates that. And I can see that for us, we don't have the municipal pressure, obviously. But as long as, like under the Rio Grande Water Conservation District's program and operation of the sub-districts, and if ag to ag is used, or if it had to be ag to augmentation of wells, it doesn't matter. That's where this is a super powerful tool, because now we're making remedies with wet water, not just a checkbook. And as far as the speculation goes, I believe that would have to be addressed, because none of this matters if an SWSP isn't filed. And so the SWSP would have to say, okay, what is that new use? And now is that termed, right? All this is doing is getting that HCU ahead of it. But anyway, my question is, for sure, can ag to ag be utilized? And can any other conservation entity that's eligible oversee this type of a program? And then the last one is, are we still limited to the 5-year SWSP rule?
Okay, let me see if I can remember all your questions.
There was only 10 in there, so you should be able to do it easy. I can repeat them. I'm sorry.
No, yes, okay. And Nora's just saying, important to remember that you can only do these leases within your basin. You can't do any kind of trans-basin leasing here. But yes, so I think you can do ag to ag. There's no prevention of that, whether that's like true irrigation to irrigation or irrigation to augmentation, as might be the case. I think it's exactly what you said, that it's, wet water rather than the forbearance that occurs in Division 3. Nora's going to talk more about this red bullet here, about who these eligible entities might be, but they can be things like a ditch company can oversee an ag water protection program, for instance, and Nora's going to go into detail about that. Did I miss one?
The 5.
Oh, 5 years. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you. So other types of SWSPs have a limit on doing them for 5 years in a row. There's no limit here. Yeah. So you do it year after year if you wanted to.
Well, again, I think this is a big tool for Colorado's water toolbox, man. I think this could, I hope people will be able to utilize it.
Okay, we have Director Vasquez.
I'm just going to comment, what I'm hearing is a tension that exists between allowing water right owners to benefit financially from their water right in addition to use on the other half of their land as ag. And that there's no cap on what could be paid for that triggers that fear of speculation that is so fraught in our times. So since there was anti-speculation legislation, I'm surprised that there isn't some kind of ceiling put in place to try and maintain the benefit that people are looking for that was so eloquently described by Nathan, and the fear of speculation. So it's a comment, not a question. If you have an answer for my concern about the tension, I'd be glad to hear from you.
Okay, we have another question by Director Vin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of the more recent conservation easements on irrigated lands do have a provision for 3 and 10 dry up.
They allow for that.
They do. Would you see this program usurping that privilege if a landowner does go into this program? Let me ask it a different way of, could that then allow for the entire parcel to be dried up 3 out of 10 because of that's embedded within the conservation easement on those lands?
I guess if I understood your question right, they couldn't get around the statutory requirement to keep half the land in irrigation in any particular year. Right, it's a statutory requirement for, if you're gonna do ag power, half the land, well, yeah, you have to have half the land remain in irrigation. So I guess in that like 3 and 10, you could have a SWSP 3 out of 10 years and use ag power that way, but you'd need to continue to have half the land in irrigation.
Director Phelps.
So I feel like I see a lot of value in the quantification process, you know, in terms of helping people understand what they have when they look at succession and just the different challenges that can arise. It sounds like, though, if you say you got to a next generation and there wasn't anybody that wanted to farm either half or whole, or it just wasn't viable anymore. If you were going to sell that water right out of your ditch system, maybe for municipal use, you'd have to go back to water court, I assume, because you do need to have an identified use, right? But would the quantification that you went through initially, would that be considered like res judicata that would stand up? Or are you subject to a re-quantification because maybe you weren't, well, for one thing, I mean, you weren't using half your water. Maybe it was quantified incorrectly or things have changed. So I guess that's my core question is that res judicata? Can you at least rely on that?
Yes, thanks for your question. You can rely on it. There's a statutory prohibition against requantification of a water right that's been quantified in the water court. So you don't even really need to rely on that concept of res judicata. It's in a decree. It's also in statute that you cannot requantify a previously quantified water right. So you can rely on it to answer that question. Yeah.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and continue. Thank you.
We'll keep Tracy here in case we have more questions. Okay. So I think we're clear on this. So since the CWCB works with number 2 here, Ag Water Protection Water Program, we will not see every project that involves an ag power. only some projects that elect to use an ag water protection program will come to the CWCB. Okay, now I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. So I accompanied Tracy to these stakeholder meetings and presented about this program as well, and I did not receive any substantive comments about the Ag Water Protection Program at those stakeholder meetings or in our online comment form. So our role at CWCB is really only the Ag Water Protection Program. The staff would help review and track ag water protection programs. The board would be in charge of approving the ag water protection programs. And every year there will be a chance to check in on these programs and make sure that they are in fact continuing to irrigate half the land involved. So what I printed out for you is the packet that includes the background memo and then includes the original criteria and guidelines. And then the last 4 pages are the updated draft. And like I mentioned, I didn't receive any substantial comments during the comment period. And so what you have in front of you is has the exact same bones and rules of the criteria and guidelines that the board previously adopted. The main changes that have been is updating the language and wording to align with the statewide expansion. And also to just sort of update the criteria and guidelines with a lot of our other programs at CWCB, making it more legible, hopefully easier for folks to dive in and figure out if this is something they might want to do. So the eligible entities, so I'm not going to read all 4 pages for you. I think that would be pretty painful, but the point of giving you a printout was hopefully you could review as deeply as you wanted, but I wanted to point out a few areas. So eligible entities, this is in statute, so not something that we're considering changing, but eligible entities include a water conservation district, water conservancy district, irrigation district, ditch and reservoir company, nonprofit water provider, or a municipality. So no individuals. You'd have to pursue one of those other conservation type programs if you were doing this on your own. The second page, or it's labeled as the 3rd page in your packet there, is all of the things that are required in the application. The top section is information about that eligible entity that is sponsoring the Ag Water Protection Program. And the bottom section is more details about how the program would be carried out. So maybe it is worth reading the bottom portion, and what I would like the board to consider is this enough for us to properly monitor these programs while they're taking place? So a general description of the Ag Water Protection Program, the case number for any water rights currently proposed or decreed for an ag power that will rely on the proposed AWPP. Details of the application review, approval, annual registration, and agreement process for including ag powers in the Ag Water Protection Program. So that would be, how is the Conservation District going to recruit people on an annual basis to participate? Number 4, a legal description and map of the entity's geographic boundary. 5, legal description and map of the proposed Ag Water Protection Program boundary if it's different from the above. 6, any limitations on the number of participants. 7, any limitations on the acreage. And 8, we want to collect details on what their monitoring plan is. And this is important because every year we will require them to submit their monitoring, like to verify that they are monitoring. And so that would include the following. The nature of the inspections, of how continued irrigation was observed, the responsible personnel involved, the inspection form, affidavit of continued irrigation, the time of year that all of that took place, diversion records or accounting, and photo documentation. I think this is the area where the board might consider adding anything they think we would need additionally to properly monitor this. You know, the review process is going to be similar to what you all are familiar with. Staff will collect the application materials, check that for completeness, request additional materials from the applicant if needed, bring that to the board in a presentation like we're doing today. And the board would be able to ask questions, ask clarifying questions, and ultimately be able to vote to approve or deny the application. So yeah, that's the monitoring process. And in any given year, if it's determined that the entity failed to irrigate that half of the land, the next step in the process would be reporting to the Division of Water Resources that they did not properly follow through on irrigating. So I guess I'll stop there and take comments or questions or ideas. Like I said, we're just getting feedback today, and we'll come back for a more formal decision from the board on this at a future meeting.
Okay, Director Johnson.
Great. Just a couple of quick questions, Nora.
Yeah.
First, a caveat. I actually did work on this back in the day. As Eric's guide noted, the Bear Creek. This was also something in my purview back in those days. So remember it well. First question, well, but to preface this, I was talking to Director Scotta about this. It interestingly came up a couple of weeks ago. We were at a stock show event, and Senator Simpson was there. And at the break, he asked me if Denver Water was considering any sort of ATM, collaborative water sharing agreement, which I said, you know, we are not. But of course, you know, always kind of keep things on our radar. And so in my discussion with Director Scotta, it came up that kind of less on maybe on the other end of the spectrum from speculation concerns, but just the high cost of entry for this, especially to be the guinea pig. So my question is just kind of what, if any, interest you've seen in stakeholder meetings or otherwise from folks that are out there. And I would assume probably, you know, ditch companies, maybe bigger ditch companies that might have more resources to put at something like this. Just if there's anything brewing, Division 1, 2, or otherwise, now that it's statewide.
I've had 2 inquiries from entities on the Western Slope who were just asking about, you know, where we were in the process. So
Gotcha, okay.
That's kind of what I've gotten.
And nothing in 1 or 2?
No.
Okay, interesting. And second question on the monitoring piece, and I can't recall if this has come up in the past, but just curious if there's been any discussion with DWR potentially on the ground truthing, you know, policing it, as if commissioners don't have enough to do already, right? A tough enough job, but you know, assuming that's clearly outside the purview, you know, given the way that the statute was written, you know, I think you did mention the reporting, you know, if they're non-compliant in, you know, year 1, for example, then you report it to DWR. So I guess that's the.
Yeah, I think ground truthing would be an acceptable thing to add. For example, it could be in the top portion of the application materials, we have this list of acknowledgements that we want the eligible entity to make. You know, included in that, we could have some sort of, you know, acknowledgement or acceptance that someone from the state staff may come to observe or look or something like that.
And to be clear, I'm not at all recommending that. I was just kind of curious of the nature of that.
Director Wind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a thank you, Nora. One comment in terms of monitoring that I didn't see in here that I think might be helpful, depending on where the return flows, how they're managed, as well as where the consumptive use portion is extracted from the canal. It seems like there might be a need to monitor canal operations, or at least get a kind of a download. That's often where you see the friction of water departing a system and how you maintain canal capacity utilization with much less water. So a thought for that section. And I'm curious about what you might be thinking about when you could have a definition of a protection program. There's a sentence in here that it might be larger, and included within it might be areas that could be precluded from having a protection program. What do you, is that say a conservancy district has a large defined program, but yet there's islands within there in which this would be prohibited? Is that where your mind goes?
I think you're exactly right. And I think, so a conservancy district, they have their boundaries, but then there might be pockets within there of people who do not want to participate. I agree. Yeah.
Any other questions? Jen Neely?
Sorry, if you want to take the board member questions first, that's fine. I think
Jen,
mine's
okay.
fast, but thank you for this. I guess I'm just curious if anyone's tracking people who are interested and then decide not to do it, because it seems like if it's never been used, you're not getting a lot of interest. It would be good to know why. And I'm guessing it's because it's exposing their water rights to having it reduced, but it just something for future reference. If this is ever going to be a viable tool, we'll need to know why people aren't choosing to use it.
Yeah. I don't know if Director Scott wants to talk about that.
Director Combs?
So I might say in our basis, because we weren't eligible for it. It was only Division 1 and 2, right? So this is a tool that we see a lot of potential for in Division 3. After it kind of shakes out and we can answer some of these questions. And we're not looking at out of basin movement, but within a river system where, like one of our sub-district owes depletions on that same river, you can lease from well owners that also own surface water in a program like this. That water stays in the river, fills that priority system, we're whole, right? But it hasn't been eligible to us in Division 3. So I think we might want to not think that it doesn't have traction because it hasn't yet got traction. I think we're making the right steps now to make it available to more people that could make use of it.
Great. Thank you very much. Very helpful. Owen.
Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and thank you, Nora and Tracy. I attended a couple of the meetings, and it was interesting, people's questions about this, because there was a lot of concerns expressed about this just because people not understanding about it. And this was actually a recommendation to open it up to the rest of the state from the Colorado River Drought Task Force. They talked about this and just expressed exactly what Commissioner Combs had mentioned, that, and as a farmer in Adams County with water rights, when this was first offered in Division 1, I was really interested in doing it. I felt like it provided me a way to maintain ownership of my water right, but allowed me the flexibility then to use the opportunity to lease 50% of my water as essentially kind of like another crop, right? Have that flexibility to do that, but still maintain the ownership. I wanted to maintain ownership of the water right. You're exactly right. It would mean that I would have to go to water court and I would be quantifying exactly what my water right was. But then to Commissioner Belt's question, in some senses, that's good because then I have quantified it forever and then I know what it is and I've gone through that process. But as I approached some other people about me taking this on in Division 1, they said, Robert, you really don't want to be the first one in Division 1 to do this because of the scrutiny that's going on in Division 1. And because it's a brand new water right, everybody will be there to figure out what's going to go on. And then in order to, partly to your comment as well, probably to be able to afford the water court process, I would probably have to identify who that partner is going to be in advance so that I would have some proposed income to help offset the cost, like you were saying about going through water court. And that was most likely going to be a municipality. And that would even draw more attention to the water court case, right? And so I was actually on board with them expanding this to the rest of the state, providing that opportunity for the rest of the state. because I see there's some potential options for maybe it's the other use is for an in-stream flow purpose, right? It's not for municipal use. It's not for industrial use. We can't, the water has to be put to beneficial use and it can't be exported out of the state of water, out of the state. So, you know, with regards to the anti-speculation, that water has to be put to beneficial use. If you read that report from the speculation group, the water has to be put to beneficial use. And that was the whole reason why, again, you're locking it in, half of it staying in agriculture. So really a speculator probably won't like that restriction. If they're really speculating, it's easier for them just to buy the whole property and then speculate on it rather than to be restricted, having 50% always stay in agriculture. With regard, the one point I did have when this rule passed is I hope that we don't make this the monitoring of the water that's staying on agriculture a barrier to this, because as a farmer, I'm making my money from irrigating the land. So it's, you know, it's motivation for me to irrigate the land. I don't understand why we really have to put too much scrutiny on the land, the 50% staying in agriculture. It seems like I would be self-motivated. But I do want to ask the entity that is playing this role, can they charge a fee for their service? Because again, I don't want that to be a barrier, so to speak.
Oh, like could the conservation district charge a fee?
Something to think about. Thank you.
Okay, are there any more comments or questions? Oh, Director Cameron?
No, good thing.
Director Jones? Oh, sorry, Jen.
No, that's okay.
The lady at the end of the table.
Can you speak to the relationship between the CWCB, the sponsoring entity, and then the owner of the water right? I want to make sure I have the order of things and who's reviewing what straight in my mind.
Yeah. So having never done this before, I think the way it would work, so you want to know the CWCB, the sponsoring entity, and the individuals involved. I would think the sponsoring entity would need to do a lot of legwork with it to get their individuals involved, the different farms on board with their program. And then the sponsoring entity would apply to the CWCB, submit their application materials.
Can you use your mic? Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to turn it off. So the CWCB would be, have authority over the AWPPs, which are held by the sponsoring entities, and they wouldn't have, I guess, direct oversight over each water right and how they participate in the program. It's the program that the CWCB would have oversight over.
Yes, the
Okay.
conservation aspect of it.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you want to add anything to that? No. Okay.
Are there any more comments or questions? Director Sakata?
If this does move forward, there was some language in the original draft that I hope that Division of Water Resources and CWCB could work together to put an educational document together, you know, in one spot to really explain this in more detail, because it is as Jen Mealy indicated, it is pretty confusing process. And so maybe we could work jointly to figure out a joint document that kind of explains what the options are, what each entity is and stuff. I think that would be good.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Robert. Thank you, Director Scotta.
Director Riss?
Yeah, just to clarify, Nora, so this was just an update item for the board to provide feedback, and then you'll be bringing this back for the board's final approval of the guidelines. Do we have an ETA? Not to rush you.
Yeah, I would be comfortable with March 2026 if others are. Okay.
Okay. I think it's just what you all feel is feasible time-wise.
Do you think there's any reason to wait until you guys are further? No.
Okay.
Okay.
If there's no more questions, we'll move on. Or is there any other questions? Okay, right, thank you. So next up, we have item number 17, Colorado Watershed Restoration Program Grant Guidelines. Chris Sturm?
Good afternoon, Chris Sturm, CWCB staff for the record. I'm here to present on agenda item 17, the Colorado Watershed Restoration Program guidelines. This is a decision item, and staff is recommending that the board approve the Colorado Watershed Restoration Program grant guidelines. Before we jump into the guidelines, I just wanted to do a quick update on the Wildfire Ready Watershed Program, which is directly related to these guidelines. I think everybody's seen this slide before, but just to visit the mission of the program again, it's in a nutshell, pre-fire preparedness for post-fire hazards. And that's planning, design, and implementation. So really want to address these things as many of the susceptibility concerns as we can before the fires occur. You may recall that we did a statewide susceptibility analysis. This is the results of it aggregated by county. So as we go from green to red, you're seeing a higher likelihood of having a wildfire, higher likelihood of experiencing post-wildfire hazards, debris flows, floods, things of that nature, and a high amount of values at risk. So just give you a picture of the landscape of the state for that. My team and I have been really concerned about most everything yellow to red on this map. The program, Wildfire Ready Watershed Program, was launched in 2023 with some ARPA funding. The guidelines that you're looking at today, I provided a red line version of those 2022 guidelines that the board approved with that ARPA funding. And this is a lot of what we've achieved. There's 22 active wildfire ready action plans. And on this map, you can see the underlying HUC 12s that show that statewide susceptibility. So we're starting to fill a lot of the polygons with wildfire ready action plans. Each one of these plans is identifying millions, if not tens of millions, of mitigation needs to address that susceptibility. We added a couple that have not yet been approved that are pending, so you could just get an idea of what's currently on the table, and that's number 23, the entire Upper Arkansas, Lake, Chaffee, Fremont, and Custer County, which is an area of significant risk, as well as in southwest part of the state, the San Miguel. So those are pending applications. We've been learning a lot from our stakeholders. If you look at the Big Thompson, which is number 2 on the map, that while that wildfire ready action plan is complete, just recently, while they were working on that plan, and I believe 2024, a fire started in that footprint, the Alexander Mountain Fire. We learned a lot from the stakeholders on that, the initial response on how to approach understanding what the post-fire risk was wonderful, because there was already the stakeholder group assembled that represented that wildfire ready action plan. Last year, we had the Lee Elk Fire in Rio Blanco County. That's an area where we don't have a RAP. We were able, and I believe 4th or 5th largest fire in Colorado history, depending on who you believe. Kevin's giving me the 4. We were able to help a lot with what the response to that fire was going to look like by using this statewide susceptibility data. It wasn't ideal, and we've been a lot more diligent and responsive had there been a RAP, but we're not always going to have that. And the intent of this data was for the planning. But we did find another use for it as we're responding to other fires where we don't have planning. So let's jump into the guidelines. I am going to be scrolling through the red line version that I gave you, and not just like Nora, I'm not going to read it all to you, but kind of address some of the areas where we made some changes. I don't think there's any huge substantive changes from the 2022 version, but we did make some changes. And just as a reminder, the reason that I'm bringing this to you is because in November of 24 and 25, the board approved funding to launch this effort. And so the next logical step was to bring guidelines to you so we could get that out to our stakeholders. The 2024 approval, of course, was appropriated, $5 million was appropriated in the 2025 projects bill. This most recent approval from November of 25 will be part of the 2026 projects bill. So in the guidelines, in the introduction, I struck a huge paragraph that was just talking about the bill that appropriated the ARPA funding. That's no longer relevant, and added this statement of urgency. And I think this is what really separates this grant program from a lot of our other programs, that we have seen severe impacts post-fire. We've seen flooding and debris flows. We've seen loss of property. We've seen loss of life. And we've realized that these events happen with little to no warning, and our fire season can occur just about any time of year. So we wanted to address that out of the gate with that language. The grant types remain the same for the most part. I did make some changes in the details of it. For example, in capacity building, I added that those grants must be submitted in conjunction with a planning grant. Again, this is the nature of this release of the watershed restoration program is somewhat urgent. And we've been approached by some folks that kind of want to kick the tires, see if they can get a group together and then decide if they want to go or not. There are options to do that through other funding sources, but we felt that the best use of this funding was to jump in, put your group together, and put your plan together. In the planning category, I did add that we are pretty specific to developing a wildfire ready action plan. We have a template scope of work for that. It's not all thou shalt language. We work with each stakeholder before they submit an application to see what existing data they already have. They maybe don't have to complete all the items in the template scope of work because a lot of that may already exist. Some of it may already exist. But in the end, we do want it to follow our template as closely as possible. The engineering is a big part of it. There's a lot of modeling that goes into this, and as well as design and then implementation. Those remain pretty much the same from the last release of this program. And we added a new grant type, post-wildfire emergency funding, basically to do all of the other types of grants, build that capacity, do the planning, engineering, and implementation. But did realize a need to respond to emergencies during and after fire events. So the match funding requirements, these largely mirror our water plant grant requirements. They did in the previous version as well. A few things that I added, it adds an exemption for our tribes. That is in statute for the water plant grant. So I mirrored that language from the statute. Something that I added to this one that we've been doing for a while is that this program can allow complementary projects to provide match for each other, with the idea that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And that's not, hey, we've got a project going on over here in the watershed. We just found out about it, so we're going to wrangle those guys and figure out how much money they have and come to CWCB and match that. That's not the intent. The intent is in the wildfire ready action plans, as they're identifying their project types, they're looking at different projects that can complement each other. An example, and one that is a real world example that we're seeing right now, is one of our grantees doing active forest restoration, forest thinning to mitigate burn severity, while also implementing riverscape restoration. So the idea there, if you're doing some forest treatments, you're going to mitigate burn severity. What does that do for post-fire hazards? Well, if it doesn't burn as hot, then we don't see as massive or large changes in post-fire hydrology. We're still going to see some, and we're still going to see sediment coming off of it. But that's the first step, mitigate there. And then if you do that in concert with a riverscape restoration, then you increase the holding capacity and attenuation of those flood flows and holding capacity of that debris. So that's the intent with that language that was added there. There's a few other additions, and those were just to get it further mirrored to what we have in our Colorado Water Plant Grant Program. So basic applicant criteria. Apologies the way that I edited this document. It makes it look all new. This is actually stuff that the board has approved many times. The first version was approved in Alamos in 2008. And we've been perfecting it over the years and adapting it based on our stakeholder needs and our applicant needs. But applicants are required to demonstrate some basic criteria in order for us to consider the grant application. A big part of that is a commitment to collaborative approaches, which is something that we take pretty seriously. What I've done here is the language is largely the same as the last version, but what I've done for each of these bullets is I've identified where in the application we would like them to address this. I review 75 to 100 grant applications a year for the board. There's no need for people to be coy about it. If we could just get straight to addressing what we need to see, we can review the applications a lot quicker. And that helps us as reviewers develop more detailed questions that might help the project. You've met the basic criteria. It's likely that we're going to make a recommendation for funding, but then we could start talking about details on how we might possibly be able to improve upon it based on our experience. Now, what I have added that is new to this list is that the need for the plan or project is urgent, and if delayed, may result in negative impacts to live property, water supply, and other infrastructure. So that really gets at the root of this release. And I think what we're seeing out of a lot of these wildfire ready action plans is that these projects are very urgent. And if you wait and speculate on when you may have a fire, that is not the best idea. I've traveled around this state long enough representing the board to give talks of this nature to folks about planning for post-fire hazards. And then just a few months later, that area is burning. So we really want folks to take that seriously and focus on it. The rest of these bullets remain the same as they have in the past, but we really did, what I did was get them focused on where to address it in the application. That's it for the substantive changes. The guidelines go into the specifics of the application, the questions that we're asking and that we're scoring upon. That's in the realm of their qualifications, their organizational capabilities, and the effectiveness of their proposal. We are proposing that these applications be submitted on a rolling basis, started on February 13. That may be a little aggressive because I know that I need to clean this up, the formatting and the accessibility of the document, but I think we could turn it around pretty quickly and get that out there. Because of the urgency of it, we left the approval process the same as before, and then we'll have 3 staff members reviewing this and then making a recommendation to Director Riss for her approval. And with that, I'll open it up to questions or comments.
Are there any questions, Director Haas?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I wanted to just clarify some things in the capacity building section. So that looks like it's new, but it says capacity building grants must be submitted in conjunction with a planning grant. I just want to, I'm thinking of like Grand and Summit County who have already been through this process. When you say in conjunction, does that mean they're eligible for capacity planning grants to do further implementation, or do they need to submit them at the same time?
I meant for them to submit them at the same time.
So, but they might not know yet what they need until they finish the actual plan.
Yes, Director Haas. The intent that I had there was for applicants to not come in and submit a grant to say, we're going to put a group together and decide whether or not we want to do planning. my intent is that there will still be some capacity needs in the other grant types when they get to engineering, design, and implementation.
Okay, so that may not be perfectly clear here. Maybe it's just me, but just something to look at. Happy to chat later too.
Okay, well, I'm open to recommendations on how to make that more clear.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I'll work on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any more comments or questions? Okay. And this is an action item.
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair, staff recommends that the board approve the Colorado Watershed Restoration Program grant guidelines.
Thank you, Director Felt. Second, Director Combs. Is there any discussion?
Well, just a question, I guess.
Okay.
Is there a way that we can clarify language based on Taylor's concerns and incorporate that into a future draft, Chris, or would we need to bring it back to the board? Is that even necessary at this point?
My preference would be to just add some clarifying language and not bring it back if the board was comfortable with that.
Good with that. Yeah.
I would amend my motion to include that.
Sorry, I didn't want to make it more complicated, but I just wanted to circle back. Okay.
Okay. So Director Felt did amend his motion to include that language, and Director Combs also seconds that amendment. And Director Vasquez has a question.
On your website, it talks about 2 dates for submission. Are you changing that?
Yes, we'll be updating the website to mirror what's in the guidelines.
And so it would be apply whenever you'd like, get on this train.
Applications will be accepted on a rolling basis. And thank you for that, Director Vasquez. It warrants a little further detail, I think. We have a pretty good relationship with all those folks on that map. We're filling the gaps. So we have a pretty good idea on where a lot of these applications are coming from. This isn't going to happen in a vacuum. It's going to involve outreach with our entire section. So there'll be a lot of back and forth dialogue. And in fact, I wrote in the guidelines that we won't accept applicants until they give us a call first so we can discuss it.
Is there any more discussion? Okay, there is a motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. Okay, so with that, that is our last item for today. So we are going to enter recess at 4:47, 2 minutes behind schedule. Imagine that. So I will see you all tomorrow back here in this room at 8:30.